Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Rise and shine. All that good stuff. Thanks for coming by. Today should be a really interesting day. Let me open this up here. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Getting warmed up. Be right back. Alrighty. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Elsa, Kay, Tina, Kitty, Rachel, Darkset, Teddy, Jennifer, Red Base Life, Elsa, Natalie. There's two Natalies. Jen Shine, Dr. Edward Moskowitz, Kitty, Sophie. What's up? What's up? I figured what we could touch on if we have a little bit of a moment before they start. Some people are wondering what happened yesterday, why the trial ended abruptly during testimony. And Texas Attorney Heath Harris gets emotional talking about the death of his friend, District Attorney Craig Watkins. I don't know if we have time to listen to this.
Impact Craig Watkins had for this county that most people may not even be familiar with over the last 10 years.
No, I don't think words. I don't think the words can put into effect the impact that Craig and his family had on Dallas County, not just Dallas County, the great state of Texas, and the criminal justice system throughout America. I think that he was courageous in his time, took a toll on him.
I know that your friendship in concert with your work together.
That was my brother, man. It took a toll on him, and I think oftentimes he would question all the stress that comes along with the office of the district attorney. But I know that his family is proud of him, all of his friends, fraternity brothers. We will continue to try to, work and so that his memory won't be stained or tarnished. Because again, the stuff that he did here, again, I think set a blueprint for the nation. So Craig was a great guy, and I just hope and pray that in each and one of these courtrooms that we remember that he was really focused on seeking justice, not just conviction. So, and I think that's a huge part of his legacy, that he wasn't afraid to
Okay, thanks.
do the unpopular things. So that's what I think we're going to remember about Craig. Again, the stress of what we do here, fighting for people, trying to make sure that especially the wrongfully convicted. I just hope and pray that people will remember all the good stuff about Mr. Watkins and the sacrifices that not only he but his family has made. So I'm just praying for his family, that they can be strong, and knowing that everything that he did will forever be remembered here in Dallas County.
Good morning.
Those boots were tough to fill back in 2006, and to come in, and people forget. He was this county's top prosecutor. He prosecuted cases. There was a lot of attention on conviction integrity.
Right.
But justice was on both sides of that fence under his leadership.
Absolutely. He took. We tried to convict those that needed to be convicted. Even though he didn't believe in the death penalty, he followed the law. And if the group said we should go for the death penalty, they did that. He did it. He supported it. Even though he did not believe in the death penalty, he still followed the law, because that was the law, So he had a lot of courage in trying to change the criminal justice. He didn't just talk about it. As young lawyers, we talk about wanting to make a change, and I'm just so happy that I was blessed to be a part of, his legacy.
When you look at that era, because it was an era, there had been, if you will, something had not been really focused on nationwide that was happening day in and day out in this county, which was looking at conviction integrity and finding the people that you all saw walk in these halls that had prosecuted cases of men and women who hadn't committed those crimes. DNA wasn't the only thing you needed. You had other things going on. Craig Watkins made that a priority?
Absolutely, changed the mindset. All the tough on crime, we wanted to be smart on crime. And that, smart on crime, it kind of spread. It spread not only throughout Dallas County, but it spread to other counties who were establishing their own conviction integrity units to make sure that things were done right, to try to change the attitudes of prosecutors, to make sure that they were prosecuting and not persecuting. So, yeah.
Let me just ask you finally, from my vantage point, the legacy of the district attorney's office always sits under the hat of Henry Wade until the change of having a first African American elected as district attorney. You and part of that administration. Talk to people in this community how important that was.
It was very, very important. It gave people hope. It gave people motivation.
Okay, I think they're starting to. But anyway, that's kind of the gist from yesterday. People were kind of wondering what happened. There was like an abrupt ending to the trial yesterday when it was getting really hot, middle of testimony. I feel like I'm having a crazy hair day. I can't do nothing. I don't know. I'll cut this shit off. Yeah, I guess they were close. It was personal friends, and so they ended the day early yesterday. Okay, let me pull this back over here. I was having a little bit of chat with some of the people in the Fox channel. I was kind of seeing what they were saying here, and there was one guy. He says that he believes Lisa's story, which I found interesting. I was just trying to get. Well, he said the Lisa story makes more sense than Chuck's. I was trying to see. I was wondering why. There was a small percentage here too, because the thing, and I'm wondering is, I'm really wondering how the jury is thinking and feeling, because the jury hasn't seen the deep dives, the jury hasn't seen the video coverage, or anything that I've done, or they're only saying what's on the stand. So I'm wondering, is it enough? Is it enough? Miss Buddha, what's up? Good morning. Ronnie, thank you. I watched yesterday live at 3 a.m. this morning, and I was like, damn, Mel, got the power to make people flee the country. Oh, my gosh. Maybe that's Kyle. Maybe that's Kyle on another account. So yeah, Richie there doesn't believes Lisa's story. As other people saying, Lisa's guilty. I think it's really naive anybody that doesn't think that Lisa and Chuck hooked up. That's kind of wild to me. Some people are saying they're all guilty. I don't know. I don't know, man. Question: do we know what the hearing is today about the Crumley parents' status update? No, I have no idea. I can look it up though and see what it's about. I think Ethan Crumley got sentenced. Wasn't he sentenced to life recently? I wonder what's going to happen with the parents because I think the parents are getting charged too. Yeah, he was sentenced to life without parole. At least I got that southern drawl, that southern voice. Some people believe it. You know, people. You know, Chuck messed up so many times. He had so many opportunities to tell the truth. Had he started from the beginning, this would have been less of a thing. You know, but Chuck lied so many damn times. Yeah, wow, man. Well, yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was nuts. Furry Chair, good morning. Says, good morning. Happy to finally catch a live. Yeah, yesterday was really good. Kate says, do you think, hey, BL. Kate says, do you think if Lisa is found guilty, they'll try Chuck for murder instead? I don't know. I know the murder charges are dropped for Nina and Chuck. I don't know if they can recharge them. If Lisa doesn't get found guilty of murder, that's going to be really bad. I don't know who else they could find guilty for murder. Early morning. If you guys could help me out with the like button too, I'd appreciate that. Like, I don't believe that whole thing too. That like they were afraid that Lisa and Nina were afraid of Chuck. I make my point. Chuck has still so many. Good morning. So besides the continuation of Lisa testifying, we also still have to do rebuttal, which means the prosecution can bring more witnesses. I'm a little worried. I hope that the jury can see through Lisa. I don't know if they're buying her story or not, or even if they don't buy her story, if there's just enough reasonable doubt for them not to go with a murder charge. Creole, what's up? Good morning. Texas boy mom. Kick, good morning. Good morning. Luna's mom, 24. Thank you for the membership. Bill's death. Yeah. See what else they're saying here. Oh shit. Yesterday was wild, man, when they mentioned the cease and desist. I'm going to drop a video later about the cease and desist. T 12 minutes behind, so fast forward. You miss nothing, girl. Fast forward, Red Base. Edward Moskowitz, thank you so much for the super chat. Says thank you, Mel. Always professional, and we love you. Thank you. I think I need a little bit of more caffeine in me. I slept all right. I slept okay. Not the best sleep, but I slept all right. I did a little exercise this morning. I had 2 boiled eggs. Got a little bit done. I cleaned up a little bit around the computer area. I had a phone conversation. Some interesting stuff. Oh, and what I was talking about as far as like that these ladies were afraid of Chuck, from the people that I'd spoken to throughout this case, people related to the story, even people that you've seen on the screen, all these people were kind of concerned for their safety with regards to Nina and Lisa and the connections that they have. And if anybody remembers back then, when I was covering the story, at one point I got a little concerned for my safety. Once they went on the run, I was a little kind of like iffy. Like, I don't know, what if they come looking for me? Because I know that they were really upset with me. And I remember one morning I got out of the house and there was like a vehicle parked outside, and it kind of drove off. And it just, in the back of my head for a few seconds, I was like, yo, imagine if it's these crazy chicks, you know? So there's people out there that have asked me to like pray for them, pray for their safety. You know, people out there that live locally in Texas. So, like, I mean, a salute to the people that took the stand, you know, in the name of Marisela. So it definitely, I'd never thought like, oh, be careful for Chuck. Chuck's coming for me. You know what I'm saying? I was always like, I don't know about these chicks. Leslie P, 22 months. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I appreciate the support and loyalty. Thank you for following this trial. Appreciate it. Creole Lady, thank you for the 5. Says thanks for the membership. Thank you. Keep up. Love you too. Honestly, I think it was a black truck. It was nighttime. I think it was a black truck. Oh, Lori. That's a crazy ass question. I never thought about that. I don't know. Lori says, Mel, do you think the male DNA found in the bedroom was Kyle? Oh, Lord. You know what's really interesting? Because I feel like some things had slipped by some people, especially some of the people that I see here, some people in the other chat, in the news chat. You know, they had mentioned, I'm pretty sure at some point they had mentioned that Kyle went over to the house and had taken the furniture. I don't know what he did with the furniture, but they kind of alluded to that, like, you know, did he clean up? And he lives, or he used to live at least, in that close to, I thought they used to live close to the Wilmer area. Lossie, good morning. Says, I can't say I wasn't a bit worried about you since they were so close in proximity to a certain. Yeah, they were here in South Florida. They were in South Florida and in North Florida. Jennifer, good morning. I'm praying for you. Cheyenne says, if Charles gets out of this, do you think it'll help his music career? It's hard to say. I would say no. The reason I'd say no is because he's going to have to serve years for the tampering with a corpse. So the relevancy will be gone, I think. And even right now, there's not much relevancy to the story, sadly. You know, I feel like, I wish there was more. Had this been like a big national story, everybody's covered in national head like everywhere, maybe he's been writing while he's locked up. He could write some stuff. He could do an interview, maybe tell a story. I don't know. Yeah, Kyle, Lisa's son. Southern gal. Come on in. I can't do a southern voice. Come on in. No, that's creepy. Good morning. Thank you for the super chat. Getting ready for today. I think I'm gonna have to turn down the AC. It's pouring outside. It's raining. Perfect weather to chill. Raining and pouring outside. And if you missed it at the beginning of the stream, we talked a little bit about, I just played some of the video from the attorney. He was very emotional yesterday. Apparently that person that passed away, the DA, was Craig Watkins, was a close friend of Heath Harris, which is the defense right now for Lisa. So he got very emotional. He was teary-eyed. We were watching it at the beginning of the stream. That's what happened yesterday. That's why they cut it off early. 5150. Chicken flickity flick flick. How you guys think the prosecution did yesterday? I hope they reel it in. I hope the rebuttal witnesses are good. And I don't know. Like I was thinking, like I don't know if this is open and shut or not. Because I just don't know what the jury feels, you know. Nicole, she's testified yesterday, a couple hours yesterday, and today's the continuation. So if you haven't seen that, you need to go watch that. I timestamped it. It was really good. Let's take a look at Phil's video. Oh no, maybe I want to post this later. Actually, maybe I shouldn't post. Later I'll show because I want to. If YouTube approves it, depending on what YouTube approves, I'll post later at the end of the stream. Lisa, same pink shirt. So I guess Lisa says she don't have any shirts to wear, so she's just wearing literally the same shirt to court every day. Damn. You would have thought maybe her attorneys get her something. No, like they get a little like a I don't know, some top or something. At least change the top. Oh, Nicole, yeah. You're going to have to go back and watch yesterday, but not the whole day. I timestamped it. Just watch where Lisa, it's really good. I've been to Cali twice. California love. Yeah, I think her attorneys could get her something, you know. You don't have to. It doesn't. You get something cheap that looks decent, you know. I don't know. Purple said new top wouldn't have cleavage. Creole lady, thank you for the super chat with the 10. Thank you, says stocking stuff for a baby girl. I wonder if I should change the theme. Can I do that right now? Let's put a Christmas thing. I still gotta return Santa. I've been kind of like tired, man. Like yesterday, I stayed after the trial. Kind of. I did 2 videos on the second channel, really short videos. Then I edited something for today. I'll just leave this. Fine, I guess. Thank you, Creole Lady. Appreciate that. Why can't wifey bring her a shirt, right? Judge is judge. Okay, judgy. Judge Nancy Mulder. All right. Ooh, Christy here in the chat said, I'm glad she took the stand. I was leaning towards not guilty before her getting up there. Now that she took the stand, 100% guilty. She lied through the whole direct and even had an excuse for everything. So for all you worried about her clothes, she on the stand yesterday said that her son was supposed to bring her clothes and hasn't so. Let's see how many people ask or comment on her clothes today. Heather says, what's the name of the documentary? That'd be dope. I'm referring to iCkEdMeL's documentary. See, does she reply back? Ooh, she did. iCkEdMeL. Hey! Nina Marano deep dive. All right, Judge on point. Got her hair did. When is Nina's trial start? I believe February, I heard. February, yeah. Blue.
I emailed both sides the copies of the charge. Did y'all get those?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objections or additions for the court's charge?
The only thing that I could think of, Your Honor, was on the tampering charge.
Yes.
On the verdict form, and the language in there, that it's specified the to wit human corpse to distinguish between the physical evidence of third degree and physical evidence of human corpse of second degree.
Well, it's guilty as charged. I mean, we don't put, found guilty of murder with a knife or gun.
I agree. I completely agree with that. Just that when there's a enhancement.
No, I'm aware. I'm aware that it is guilty as charged. If there was a lesser included, I would see your point with that, but I'll note your.
If I went to court, that would be wild, yeah. To be able to meet these people in person or see them.
Anything else from the state regarding the charges? And you have the one where I excluded the
good morning.
sharp object?
Yes, I saw that, Your Honor. And then I believe Ms. Bolito sent an email suggesting just a change in form and how it read. It looks like on the
murder charge?
On the tampering charge.
All right.
Formal one on the tampering charge that it was did in there, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing to a human corpse, knowing that an offense had been committed to it, murder. But that obviously tracked the language of the statute, so there's no error either way. So that was kind of just her email this morning.
Well, hold on. All right, well, I'll look at it.
I'm a little anxious on
Anything else from the state?
what the verdict's going to be, honestly,
No.
for what the jury decides.
And anything from the defense?
Your Honor, we're just re-urging that a 3823 instruction be added to both charges. We sent to you and the state Robertson, which is the case law that we're relying upon. We believe we've met the 3 requirements under Robertson, that the evidence must raise an issue of fact, that the evidence on that fact must be affirmatively contested, and that the contested factual issue must be material to the lawfulness of the challenged conduct in obtaining the evidence. We have met that 3-pronged test, we believe, and we are asking for those instructions to be met. We believe by giving this 3823 language in the instruction, this would protect our clients' constitutional rights under the Texas and U.S. constitutions and codified laws.
I think you can distinguish Robertson in that the exception under 3823B, wherein the officers were relying on, in good faith, on a search warrant that was signed by a magistrate. The court found, excuse me, that those affidavits were sufficient, and therefore your request is denied, and your objection to the charges overruled.
Your Honor, in order to preserve the record, we would like to continue our objection on this, and
I will give you a running objection to the lack of a 3823 charge in the jury charge, and note that your error, or any error that you're alleging, well, your objection is preserved, rather, not error, but your objection is preserved.
all right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything else from the defense?
Nothing else from the defense on the issue of the jury charges, Your Honor.
All right, then, Ms. Dykes, you need to retake the witness stand. And the defendant is on cross-examination.
Oh, damn. Got them all out there.
All right, then we're ready for the jury.
Forward.
All rise.
Forward. Here's what you can tell me. I love that. PM over there. The other side of the world.
All right, you may be seated. All right, Ms. Dykes, you are still under oath. Ms. Pittman, you have the witness on cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dykes, we left off yesterday, we were talking about Kyle Williams. And Kyle Williams is your son, is that right?
Yes.
He's your youngest son, is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one that actually introduced you to Chuck, is that correct?
Yes.
He was the manager of the bar at on-premise, and he actually initially hired Chuck as a doorman and a bouncer, is that right?
Yes.
And, you know, Kyle knows Dax, Kyle knows Freddie, Kyle knows all those guys down there that hang out at the on-premise on a regular basis, is that right?
He knows the ones at on-premise, yes.
Okay. And Kyle is still here locally in Dallas, is that right?
Yes.
Now, all the rest of your children, Aaron and Chelsea, were living with you in Mesquite, the 3113 Kensington house, and they all moved back to Florida, but Kyle stayed here in Dallas. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and Kyle are really close. Is that right?
Yes.
You guys talk frequently, and throughout the course of when you left Dallas, you continue to stay in communication with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to see Lisa.
Now, we were talking yesterday about Kyle, and as I said, you have continued to talk to him up until today. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, as often as you can.
Yes.
Now, you told Kyle or you became aware through Kyle in a phone conversation that the DA's office was trying to contact her, didn't you?
I'm not aware of that for sure. I don't remember that he mentioned anything like that.
Okay. You know that he called you, or you called him. You called him, and he told you that we had gone out to his apartment and left a business card out there, right?
I don't remember him saying that specifically.
And he told you that he thought it was the neighbor that kind of ratted him out as to where he lived, right?
I really don't remember him saying anything like that.
And he later told you that he had gotten a subpoena via text message from us, right?
He mentioned he had gotten a subpoena via a text message, and I told him I wasn't sure if that was correct service of a subpoena.
Because you know the law and you know your way around the courtroom, right?
I do know about subpoena service, yes.
And you couldn't get a hold of, you were talking to Aaron, again, you talk to him frequently as well, right?
I do.
And you were talking to him last week, just last week on October 8th. I'm sorry, not October 8th, December 8th, weren't you?
I don't really know the date. I talk to Aaron when he's off and I can catch him, so.
Okay, and he's off around 7:33 or 6:33 at night, isn't he?
It depends on the route he runs. He's an armed guard.
Okay, and and that's what he was doing when he was here. He was working when he was in Dallas, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay, and was Chelsea working when she was in Dallas?
No.
But Jimmy was working at the Amazon place,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The phone number you use for Aaron is 407-412-1331. Is that right?
Yes.
And when you call, you talk for several minutes, 10, 15 minutes, somewhere around there sometimes.
Yes.
And you recall, you know that Aaron was talking to you about the trial, was talking to you about Kyle, and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate with you, right?
I don't remember specifically the
Okay, but
conversation.
that sounds about right, doesn't it?
Can you repeat it?
That you were talking to Aaron and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate. You need Kyle to communicate more.
With whom? Like,
With
I
you.
don't know. Well, I talk to him every day, so that doesn't necessarily make sense.
Okay? And Aaron told you that, or you told Aaron that Kyle doesn't need to show up. Is that right?
I don't even know what that context would be.
Okay. Well, Aaron told you that Kyle was going to come to trial on Monday, and you said he does not need to come to court on Monday, and I told him that. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall these conversations because, again, I talk to the kids all the time. So,
And you asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom. Aaron asked you, is this because of the subpoena? And you replied, yeah, I'm not going to say anything more than that. Do you remember that?
no,
Okay.
I
Do
don't.
you need to hear that phone call to refresh your recollection of it?
I wouldn't. It wouldn't make a difference if I heard it. I don't really recall having said that, but
Play the call. Gotta play the call on her ass. Come on. Dre, thank you so much
if
for
you
the
heard
time.
your voice and you heard Aaron's voice and you heard that conversation, are you telling this jury that just wouldn't refresh your recollection at all about the conversation?
I don't remember having said it. I talk to my kids every day, so
Answer the question.
Your Honor,
Play the damn thing.
may I have the
Yeah.
witness and defendant listen to her jail call from that particular day to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
You can. Are there any earphones? And can you take the laptop up there?
And why can't we all hear it? That's what I don't get.
The proper
Why can't we all hear it?
refreshing of her recollection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, that's your Dre, thank you so much for the 10. Mama 4, 57 Rose. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the super chat. Just thank you for covering this trial. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. If you guys could hit the like button,
Do you
please.
have any earphones for this?
One
Blitz.
second.
That's what they need to start doing. They got to call out all her lies, back to back to back. The rebuttal witnesses counteract her lies as well.
Your Honor, if I may, I have to grab something for mine.
If That'd be great, rather than send the jury out.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. But if not, you can do that.
I wish we could listen, though. I don't know why, because the other guy, too, the Ruiz guy, the hostile whatever guy, Park guy, they didn't let us hear it. It has more of an effect, to hearing it. And she's like, what she said, she's like, even if I listen to it, wouldn't make a difference. I don't remember it.
Oh, excellent, thank you.
And I think I heard there's mostly men on the jury. So I don't know if she's trying to hoping that maybe she'll, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't know.
That's okay.
That's totally fine.
Don't know what you're
I
talking
don't know
about.
if it'll fall.
Yeah.
Because Kyle would have been interesting for him to take the stand. So if she's saying that Lisa spoke to Aaron, which is the other child, and that you don't need to show up, don't come. Does the jury wear headphones? I don't know. Good question. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't recall. We talk every day. Some nice headphones. So, yeah, are they doing that while the jury's there? I know, beautiful. I don't know. Damsel in distress, right, Glory? Seduce them. Doesn't take much to impress men. I'm sure you ladies know. You don't even gotta try.
Can you hear?
Well, I can hear it too.
Okay.
A little bit. Oh no, he took it with the bike. Damn. Damn, you can't really hear it. Yeah. Oh, man.
Jump ahead to the portion we've been talking about.
too little. I can't hear anything. That would be interesting if that channel could get it, yeah. Alright. What now, Lisa?
Ms. Dykes, did that refresh your recollection of that call?
It did, thank you.
Okay. And, I mean, what I was asking you about, the fact that you're talking to Aaron and you're discussing Kyle's appearance here in court, you told Aaron he does not need to come to court Monday. I told him that. Is that right?
I did.
And she asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom, right?
Yes.
And Aaron asked, is this because of the subpoena? Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And you said, yeah, like, I am not going to say anything more than that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Nina actually met Bill when she was like 16, is that right?
I'm not sure exactly the age that Nina met Bill, but she was young.
Very young, right?
I think it was after she graduated high school, so I'm going to say she was probably 18 or so.
How would I
And they
heard?
got married shortly after, right?
I believe so.
She never had kids of her own?
No.
Now, you made it a point on direct yesterday to tell the jury, Chuck's a violent man, didn't you?
I did.
And you were so scared of Chuck that after you met him, you bought him a car, right?
I did buy a car, yes.
And you had to move into your house after your daughter and son and brother moved out, just within weeks, right?
Yes.
You invested in his rap career,
I did.
right? And even after he produced something like Defense Exhibit 7, that rap video, you continued to invest in his rap career, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you got matching tattoos with him, didn't you?
I did.
That's
You were
forced.
so scared of him that you brought Nina, your best friend of 14 years and now wife, around this man, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you chose his last name after getting married to Nina, right?
I chose Beltran.
And you were so scared of him that when he had a rap show in Arkansas, you paid for the rooms, you paid for the van, you paid for the slot, and you and Nina went up there to the rap show, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that when this all happened and you learned that the FBI was looking for Chuck, you met him in Pennsylvania, 45 minutes away from where Nina's house was. Is that right?
I did.
In fact, can I press the honor, the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
In States 404, I mean, that's a map where East Stroudsburg is compared to the city Bethlehem that you said he just showed up at with no notice. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to admit States 404 for all purposes. Tendering to defense counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 404 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I mean, this is 37.1 miles away, right?
Yes.
He didn't know where to go. He went to Bethlehem and called you, and you met him there.
Actually, he did know the address of the house. Exactly.
Now, you were so scared of him that you all got him a passport in Buffalo, New York, didn't you?
We did.
You were so scared of him that you actually paid off his child support so that he could go with you to Mexico.
We did.
You actually left him in Mexico, didn't you?
We did.
You bought him a Jeep, didn't you?
No, we bought the Jeep for me.
You let Chuck drive the Jeep, didn't you?
He did drive the Jeep, yes.
And when you all left him in Mexico, you left him there for a couple weeks, didn't you?
We did.
And yet you went back and drove from Pennsylvania all the way down to Mexico to pick him back up, didn't you?
We did.
And when he picked him back up, you guys went to Albuquerque and you drove in 2 separate cars with Chuck all the way to Miami and let him move in Miami into the Miami apartment with you.
We did.
And then when he left that Miami apartment is when Nina got arrested and then you got arrested and then he was away from you, right?
Yes.
You did a lot of things to make sure that you stayed in contact with Charles Beltran, even though you had the opportunity when he went to Mexico to leave him there, didn't you?
We didn't feel that we really had any kind of choice in this. Ever.
That'd be, come on.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Dykes, this is State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted for record purposes. Is this just an identical copy of that, and this one's just typed? Is that correct?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, we would like to offer State's Exhibit 403 for all purposes. Defense counsel.
Oh, no objection, Judge. It's been approved.
Is that 2 pages?
It's just 403 that we're entering into admitting into evidence, just 1 page of the calendar.
Right. State's Exhibit 403 is admitted for all purposes.
Me hard said I'm scared of Chuck's rapping.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
What?
Can you read the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do need to
thought there
send
were gonna
you
be more.
out of the courtroom for just a few minutes, but we'll have you back in 5.
All rise.
I thought there was gonna be more. I thought there was gonna be more.
All right, you may be seated. Dykes, you can go back to your place by your attorney.
Wow. Drop the mother effer ball. Not good state. That's it. State attorney sucks. That's it.
Right, now that we are outside the presence and hearing of the jury, Mr. Brown, the court has reviewed the jury charge language in the tampering case and the state's request to modify it as to form, for it to read more easily. I do think the way that you've written it does make more sense. However, the charge not only tracks the statute, but it also tracks your indictment. So I'm going to leave it the way it is, the way you all have charged it, the way it reads in the indictment. So I do think that if you were to indict future cases with that form change, I think that would probably suffice. All right. Do you have any other witnesses to call, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor. Anticipate we're going to rest.
All right.
They better have rebuttal witnesses.
We will then have arguments of counsel. Will the state open?
I thought they were gonna do rebuttal.
How much time do you want?
How much time? That's up to you. How much time total?
Oh, I'm worried,
I'll
man.
give you it's been a long trial. Do you want 45 minutes?
45 minutes would suffice. Yeah, hopefully we get some of that time back. But
I anticipate we would.
Mr. Harris, will 45 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
suffice?
Anticipate that will be sufficient.
All right. Mr. Brown, since you're going to open for the state, what kind of warning do you want? How much time?
You let me know when I've used 10 minutes, and then I'll wrap up quickly after that.
All right. And Ms. Pittman?
Your Honor, if you'll just let me know when I have 2 minutes left.
Mr. Harris?
Shit, I don't know, man.
Okay.
I thought they were gonna do rebuttal.
Comes in, the defense will rest, both sides will close, and then I will read the charges. Is there any objection to the court? I will read the murder charge in its entirety, and then read the tampering.
I heard there's not gonna be any
with
rebuttal.
evidence charge up until the point both charges are identical, and then the verdict. Is there any objection to the court doing that?
None from the state.
All right. I'll give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts and prepare any evidence that you want.
I was told there was going to be rebuttal witnesses today, and I heard it was going to be crazy. I have to say, very concerned now the way the state ended. I really thought they were going to bring more. Having Lisa on the stand.
Mr. Sadler, Ms. Garza, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you let the jury know we're on a 10-minute break? Thank you.
Oh, man.
They can get Scooby snacks.
Damn, bro. Oh, my God.
Good morning, Ms. Sparks. I like your tone on tone. I'm wearing tone on tone.
It's kind of scary. I don't know, man, because...
Yes. Shamelessly copying Ms. Myra McIntosh. She is very stylish.
Let me turn the volume. Let me spare you guys a little bit. Turn the volume down. I have to say I'm disappointed. I'm a bit disappointed. Maybe we should do a poll. So they're gonna do closing arguments. The state needs to make it make sense when they're going through these closing arguments and go point by point. Holy ish. Folks, what are you thinking? To be fair, they got less on Kohlberger. First of all, in the chat, you guys tell me, right in the chat. Is this open and shut, the verdict? And let me tell you, if Lisa gets found not guilty, I believe she'll be found guilty of the tampering, body tampering. If she gets found not guilty of murder, that's it. I don't think anybody else, they're going to be able to get a murder charge on anybody else. I mean, they said that they already dropped it. I don't know if they can bring it back up, but like, that's it. I don't think they'll ever get a murder charge from Marisela then. Not open and shut now. I'm so like.
All right, we're not on record, but Mr. Wood, I do see that, Mr. Wood, Mr. Brown, I don't know why I'm calling Mr. Wood.
Wow. Holy shit. And if she's found not guilty, these people are going to come for me next. Oh, man. And I wonder how long are they going to take for a verdict? Got to move to Minnesota. Wow. I'm kind of damn. The next thing is closing arguments. Move to Cambodia. Slow the chat? Really? Slow the chat. I think the biggest thing they have is those phone pings, which they try to explain in a way saying was like a shipping thing or something, or business thing they had there or something like that. I think that's one of the biggest things that they have. And that Chuck's phone didn't ping there. But man, Chuck really effed up, lying so many freaking times, dude. And now you come with the truth, and then that's the thing. It's like, are people gonna believe you with your past history? You know, your past criminal history and multiple times lying, and then you have that family violence case that they brought up in the trial. You know, and so Lisa's saying he's a violent person. You know, I was like, pings on tampering. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, they all know the truth. Between the three of them, they all know the truth. Maybe they should just charge them all for murder. Fuck it. Charge all of them for murder. Don't drop in the murder charge. Charge them all for murder then. I don't know. Who's telling the truth? They don't know. They're all there. But Lisa and Nina is claiming that they were in the other room sound asleep with the dog. Scummer said, I'm worried for the safety of our family if she walks. I'm really, really surprised the state just like, that was it. I'm shocked. I don't know, man. I'd probably feel some kind of way if I was a family. Ten-minute break. 2 flip 3 twist says Lisa should have admitted to boning him because the hairdresser has no reason to lie. Yeah, no, hairdresser's being honest. Also, Chuck's friend. Shaquille here says too much reasonable doubt to convict. Shaquille over here talking about I would have quit her and send her home to enjoy the holidays. She's not getting out to go enjoy the holidays. She's still got a tampering thing. Probably some family member from Texas out there commenting. I don't know, man. Can't these ladies get their life back? Maybe they can. Maybe they'll get the lesser charge. And a couple years, be back home on the streets, back together, married. Maybe open another law firm. I mean, and I wonder if do they even have less evidence on Nina, the tampering? I guess just the ping. Let's see. Yeah. Loco Moco says the only question I have: why Marisela? He was always bringing girls back to the house, according to the testimonies. So, according to Chuck's story, he had said, I think like a month prior, in September, that all of a sudden he said that Lisa started saying that she wanted more exclusivity. That like it's just gonna be us, nobody else. You gotta stop messing with these chicks. And he said no. And so she didn't like that, and she was pissed, and she kind of accepted it. And, you know, but I still, like you said, still, I don't understand why Marisela out of all the other women. And that, I don't know. Yeah. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Mm. Folks said the missing teeth pushes me to Chuck. I don't know. And then the thing is, if there's mixed feelings on that jury, who knows how long it takes them to come back for a jury? I mean, a verdict. And if they get a hung jury. I'd like to cover Bryce Rhodes. That guy's nuts. I was watching a video clip the other day from Law and Crime. That guy is a true psycho. Cheek says that Marisela was the last straw. She was the last disrespectful task that we're willing to deal with. It would have been any chick he took home that night, honestly. Unfortunately, it was Marisela. I think there's a lot of things that look bad for them, like how they went on the run, which, you know, the defense claims they didn't go on the run. They're just afraid of Chuck. I wouldn't think that the jury buys that story, or the whole story that Chuck and Lisa never slept together. I think that they see through that too, but I don't know if they'll convinced on who committed the murder. And the thing is, to what Gigi's saying, Lisa and Nina, when they first got bond, they had plenty of time to talk and come up with whatever plan and story. Like they were literally living together when they bonded out. And then they broke their ankle monitors and went to Cambodia. They had plenty of time to be like, right, this is the story and we're sticking to it and blah, 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 this and that. I don't know what happened with the state today. I don't know what happened with these people. I don't know why they thought that was good. Like that was it. It's like they're throwing the case. The heck? I was almost going to say I liked yesterday. I was impressed with her or something. And then today I'm like, what the heck? Shaquilla O'Neal. Somebody said, y'all didn't catch the text between Nina and Lisa about the body being found. They supposedly found the body. That prosecution, man, I don't know. They need to do something. They need to have a little meal, take their whatever if they take medication, take whatever medication they take, have a little energy drink, Red Bull, something, get the shit in order. Hopefully they explain it in a way that's not hard to understand. Kitty says, I think they lost their momentum after having to stop yesterday. Damn. I guess we're back now. Well, I think Lisa probably took the right gamble in testifying since I don't think the prosecution is really effective in crossing her. Most people think Lisa, some people think Chuck did it. Yeah, that detective screwed shit up. Yep.
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Harris, call your next witness.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense will rest.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the state closes its case.
Defense also closed session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now heard all of the evidence that you are to hear in this case. The court has prepared the court's charges to the jury in each case. I will read these to you. This is the law that you are to apply to the evidence in this case. You do not have to memorize this. These two charges will go back to the jury room with you. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of murder, as alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definitions. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if she intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or if she intends to cause serious bodily injury, or intentionally or knowingly commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Term definitions. An act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntarily, and includes speech. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Mental state definitions. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of her conduct when it is her conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Party liability. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by her own conduct, by the conduct of another for which she is criminally responsible, or both. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, she solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to an offense. Accomplice witness. Upon the law of accomplice witness testimony, you are instructed that Charles Beltran was an accomplice if any offense was committed, as alleged in the indictment. With this in mind, you are further instructed that you cannot convict the defendant upon Charles Beltran's testimony unless you first believe that his testimony is true and shows the guilt of the defendant as charged in the indictment, and then you cannot convict the defendant unless Charles Beltran's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged. The corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of an offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. And then from all the evidence, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against her. You are further instructed that mere presence of the accused in the company of an accomplice witness shortly before or after the time of the offense, if any, is not, in itself, sufficient corroboration of the accomplice witness's testimony. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020, in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did unlawfully then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Marisela Botello, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, or if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, to the offense as defined herein, did unlawfully then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, and did hereby cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, an individual, then you will find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt at the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence. Instruction regarding bias. You are instructed that jurors must be able and willing to make careful and impartial decisions that are not based on bias or prejudice. Do not let any personal bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment on your part, or any such personal emotion on your part, enter your deliberation or affect your verdict in this case. All persons deserve fair treatment and equal justice under the law, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You must set aside your own personal biases and prejudices during your deliberations and base your verdict on the evidence. Decisions based either wholly or in part on unfair stereotypes have no place in a criminal trial and will taint any verdict which is not based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Burden of proof. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit her and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed any offenses other than the offense alleged against her in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed such other offense, if any. Even then, you may only consider the same in determining the state of mind of the defendant, motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense alleged against her in the indictment. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might be properly admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence, nor passes upon the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been, or as to the reason for the objection. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourselves to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any word or any act to indicate any opinion respecting any matter of fact involved in the case, nor to indicate any desire respecting its outcome. The court has not intended to express any opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, and if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, you must wholly disregard it. You are instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he might have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. Deliberation instructions. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. Your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberations and not by majority vote or any method of chance. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. During your deliberations, you are also instructed you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet or any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, now X or 10, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. After you retire to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your presiding juror.
What's going to happen?
Through the bailiff who has you in charge.
What is going to happen?
Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question
Still got closing.
you may have.
I'm anxious.
Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. If you have a verdict or you wish to have a break, turn on the red light and the bailiff will quickly respond. The very last page are the two verdict forms. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. There is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. Now, with the second
Anna says she's
charge,
getting acquitted.
I will read to you only the portions that are different than the court's charge in the murder case. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury. The defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of tampering with physical evidence alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definition. A person commits an offense if the person knowing that an offense has been committed, alters, destroys, or conceals any record, document, or thing with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in a subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense. It is a felony offense if the thing altered, destroyed, or concealed is a human corpse. Term definitions. Official proceeding means any type of administrative, executive, legislative, or judicial proceeding that may be conducted before a public servant. Public servant means a person elected, selected, appointed, employed, or otherwise designated as one of the following, even if he is not yet qualified for the office or assumed his duties. An officer, employee, or agent of the government, a juror or grand juror, or an arbiter, referee, or other person authorized by law or private written agreement to hear or determine a cause or controversy, or an attorney at law or notary public when participating in the performance of a governmental function, or a candidate for nomination or election to public office, or a person who is performing a governmental function under a claim of right, although he is not legally qualified to do so. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Human corpse includes any portion of a human corpse, the cremated remains of a human corpse, or any portion of the cremated remains of a human corpse. Mental state definitions are the same as in the murder charge. Party liability is the same. Accomplice witness is the same. Instruction. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit, murder, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing, to wit, a human corpse, with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense, then you will find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. The instructions regarding indictment, presumption of innocence, bias, burden of proof, evidentiary instructions, deliberation instructions are all the same. The verdict forms in the tampering with physical evidence case read, we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, or we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. Again, there is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. We will now have arguments of counsel each side. It's been allotted 45 minutes. The state will open and close. Mr. Brown.
Closing arguments. I'm worried.
Marisela deserved better. Marisela deserved better than Raul on October 4th when he couldn't get to his apartment, when he let her go back out alone. Marisela deserved better than Chuck. Marisela deserved better than any of these nonsense issues about the Dallas Police Department and things that happened after the investigation. Marisela deserves better than to be talked about, look at what she's wearing in opening statements. Marisela deserved better than to be a photograph in a Dallas County courthouse in the state of Texas versus Lisa Dykes, because Lisa Dykes lost control in October of 2020 of a man she was obsessed with, Charles Beltran, Chuck. Because she lost control, couldn't get a hold of him. He brings home a woman after she's told him no. And she straddles Marisela in the middle of the night, in her sleep, in Dallas, Texas, here in Mesquite. Lets her die. wraps her body up in trash, and dumps her in Wilmer, Texas, right off the road, off Post Oak Road. But what Marisela does is her U-12 and the two alternates, we spent a lot of time last Monday sitting over here, and we talked about all these issues. We talked about the law. We talked about a lot of things. It was a very active session. You all spoke quite a bit. And you are here because you agreed and you said, I can do this job. You are here because you said, I can handle this job. There was nothing about this job that said, I can't do it. All 12 of them. Right? In jury selection, last Monday we talked about what is beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about there's no legal definition, but obviously it cannot be 100%. 3 people in that room that night. It's not 100%. It's not beyond all doubt. It's not beyond all possible doubt. You all agreed with that, right? It's all about being reasonable and using your common sense. Keep that with you throughout this, right? We talked, and just to put this out there, right, there should be no doubt in your mind Marisela is killed in that bedroom that evening, in the early hours of October 5th. Look at all the evidence you have. There is no doubt of that. We talked about this. What is that a picture of? Many of you knew right away. Some maybe need some more. So let's talk about that. How does that relate here? Maybe one of those puzzle pieces is Chuck's testimony. Right? A pretty important piece. It's not the only piece. Right? We've got those call detail records that show this defendant, Nina Marano, right where that body's found.
What?
Right? We've got Lisa Dykes calling into work October 5th. We've got the DNA results that Marisela's blood is in the carpet pad of that Kensington address. We've got that Lisa Dykes quits her job on October 16th. The week news articles start to surface about Marisela missing. We've got that's the day after she gets a call from the FBI. And that she lied to the FBI. We've got the whole picture, right? Like we talked about, are you willing to get back there with circumstantial evidence, lay it all on the table, and weigh it all with one another? See how those pieces fit together. How do they all come together? What checks back with what? Take away Chuck's testimony, right? Start with Chuck's testimony out of that puzzle piece. That's all accomplice law tells you to do, is that does his testimony make sense? Is it corroborated by anything else? There's not any specific thing that has to be corroborated, just is his testimony corroborated about the offense that took place and her involvement? And it is. The motive, all kinds of things are corroborated each step of the way by what Chuck says. But take his puzzle piece away, put everything else on the table first. Don't look at just the one piece, right? The defense has, you heard Ms. Dykes, she's got an answer for every single puzzle piece. That they're all just unlucky coincidences. Don't do that. You said you wouldn't do it, don't do it. Lay them all on the table, weigh them against each other, and weigh them individually once they're all in front of you. Then you can start to see what the actual picture is. Right? We talked a lot about this, right? Is it reasonable to weigh an individual piece of evidence by itself in a vacuum? You all answered, no. Why not? That makes no sense. That's not how we're going to do our job. So don't do it that way. Right? Weigh them all individually. Right? We talked a lot about circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. You have quite a bit of circumstantial evidence. A lot of strong circumstantial evidence. So wait, right? You said, hey, I understand that there are a lot of criminal cases that may be just circumstantial evidence, and I can do that job. I can give a fair trial, and I can make sure that justice is done. Motive. We talked about each and every one of you. Why? Why is motive important? You answered about why motive is important. You heard people answer. Of course, that is an important thing for us to know. And you have plenty of evidence that you've heard of this trial as to her motive. The only person with motive and a reason to kill Marisela on October 5th, 2020. We talked about his evidence, his flight and evidence of guilt. Absolutely, you all said. Weigh it. Consider it with everything that you have. Okay? We talked a little bit about the law of parties as in your charge, right? Because obviously you have multiple people here, right? That you're criminally responsible if you do something with someone committing that criminal offense, right? If you aid, you encourage, you solicit, right? You help in some kind of way. Everyone understood that. And that's also why Charles Beltran is guilty of tampering with a human corpse, because whenever he sees this happen, and he tells Lisa, instead of calling 911, fine, take care of it, and she says, grab Nina, and he does, he has now aided, assisted, and helped. And he took responsibility for that. And his punishment's being assessed. It's 20 years in prison. He knows that. We talked a little bit here also about the witness testimony, right? That it's going to be your job to weigh all the evidence that comes from that stand from witnesses, right? People you've never met, you've got to weigh. What are you going to believe about them? All, some, or none, right? We talked about ways that you have tools to weigh their credibility. Weigh it back to the physical evidence. Weigh it back to the documents you see. Tie it back to what you hear from other folks, right? How many witnesses did you hear from? And how many of those come together and start to paint the exact same picture? You all said, yeah, I can do that. So I just want to leave you with this, right? Don't go back there. The defense counsel comes out, and there's excuse after excuse after excuse for each little thing, or to talk about Charles Beltran. They're all just one little puzzle piece. Don't focus on the one until you put them all on the table.
Oh, Marisela, I wish we
Put
could
them
see
all
that.
out on the table and back in that room when you're deliberating. That's when you start saying, hold on, this piece maybe doesn't fit, but maybe I still see the picture there. And I'm confident that at the end of this, you will bring quick justice for Marisela, because it is the right thing to do, because the state has met our burden, and you will find Ms. Dykes guilty of murder and tampering with a human corpse. Thank you.
Damn. I'm hoping they're tag teaming another prosecution, or that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Harris.
Maybe not.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, again, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to serve as jurors. I know it's been a long trial. You made any excuses you could have given us again. You didn't do that. You accepted responsibility, and now it's time for the state to accept responsibility for these allegations that they brought against Mrs. Dykes. I told you in the opening statement, I told you from the beginning, this is not about puzzle pieces. We're not talking about pieces of puzzles. We're talking about either you got the evidence or you don't. Because we're not talking about puzzle people. We're talking about Ms. Dykes' life. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about her life. Whether she's going to be labeled a murderer, whether she's going to be labeled a felon. They have the obligation to bring evidence that proves this case beyond a reasonable doubt. They haven't done that because she's not guilty. She did not commit the offense as Charles Beltran told you. And they're absolutely right. Marisela does deserve better. She deserved better than DPD gave her, than Detective Ramirez did in the investigation of this case. I submit to you, it's one of the worst homicide investigations in Dallas County history. You know, we talk about false confessions and how they typically lead to wrongful convictions. You know, this was a terrible investigation. I had to call Detective Ramirez to put her on the witness stand. They don't want to support her. I called her so you could see her, you could hear from her, and understand how she botched, how they botched this investigation up. Because she had blinders on once she believed she knew what happened in the case and how she manipulated Charles Beltran into putting it all on Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano. False confessions? Do you think I'm just talking? You think I'm just talking? I'm not just talking. Nina Marano was charged with murder based on statements of Charles Beltran. That was whenever, years ago, when they got charged. Back then, they just dismissed that case. They've been talking to Charles, getting him ready to testify at least 4 or 5 times with the state and his attorney, preparing him to testify. Talking about all the inconsistencies that even after he talked to the detectives the first time, he still had. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to tell you is you cannot believe Charles Beltran. He's a liar. You know that because he gave story after story after story after story. These girls were having to believe, oh, he's such a, sugar bear. She's a sugar mommy, he's a sugar bear. He's so gentle. Well, if a gentle person had witnessed the horror that he's alleging Marisela went through, don't you think that would have affected them somehow? Don't you think that would have affected them in some manner? Everybody that came in contact with Charles said he acted normal. He acted normal. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened to Marisela, other than she got her teeth knocked out. But what I do know from her family, from her friends, they all told you that she smoked weed, but she was not the type of girl that would go on a one-night stand with somebody like Chuck. I submit to you that what the evidence shows is yes, she met him, she wanted weed, but that's all she wanted from Charles. But he wanted more. Remember he said, if you come to this room, you're going to have sex. That's what he said. That's what he meant. I submit to you, I believe the evidence showed that he did take her to the apartment, somehow get her over to the house, wanted to have sex with her. She didn't want to have sex with her. Either he hits her in the mouth, I don't know who hits her in the mouth. Somebody knocks her teeth out. And I wanted to make sure I made a big point of that with the dentist. Those teeth, she had her teeth at 7-Eleven. Now her teeth are missing. That is physical evidence. Men lie. Women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. The drops of blood that were on that carpet are more consistent with someone having their teeth knocked out and bleeding, and then someone later trying to get it up, than a stabbing. That's why he's backing off the stabbing now. That's why they're backing off that she was stabbed. That Lisa's standing over her and she's stabbing her. Because any crime scene expert, officer, knows that when you stab someone, ladies and gentlemen, the knife goes in, the blood comes out. The knife goes in, the blood comes out. The splatter is against a wall. Especially, that's why I had him do the demonstration, if you throw someone against a wall that has blood over them, you would anticipate that blood go on the wall. There's no blood on the wall. There's no spatter on the floor. There was no tussle, no struggle, the way Charles Beltran lied to you about. The physical evidence does not support that. Men lie, women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. If this was a stabbing, where is the blood spatter? Stabbing. That's what they have to prove in their indictment, beyond reasonable doubt. Stabbing. Stabbing. Now, I submit to you, he's pausing because, see, now they know. He's talked to the detectives, he's talked to the state all these times. They know that wound don't show blood spatter consistent with a violent stabbing. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if it did happen the way he said, she's in such a rage, she's so angry, she straddles her over the bed. The bed is right there on the wall. Where's the blood? They're struggling, they're both up. She's trying to get away with that. Where's the blood? Where's the blood? You can't get the blood up, ladies and gentlemen. You can make it appear like it is up, but you can't get the blood up. It's still going to show when you do that, the blue star. When Lisa is supposed to be going back to her room or going back wherever in the house to get out of this gown that clearly would have been dripping. I don't want to talk about her injuries. Just the gown. She's supposed to be naked. Marcella's supposed to be naked. Where are the blood droppings? Where are the blood spatter? It's not there because it didn't happen the way Charles told you. It didn't happen that way. There's no evidence, other than Charles Beltran, that she was even killed at Mesquite. I submit to you, when you look at all the evidence, and they have to prove this. They have to prove this with evidence beyond reasonable doubt. They have to prove when she was killed. Look at the autopsy report. It says March 24th of 2021. You know that's not true. That's when they found the body. They have to prove that. Even as far as when the body got to Wilmer, where it was located, because of all the animals scavenging out there, potentially moving the body before it decomposed. You don't know when the body got there. So they say, okay, their phone's pinging. Let's talk about that. The phone's pinging in the Wilmer area. Well, if you look at the report, and I'm not going to pull it for you, you'll see all the towers. You got one in Wilmer. You also have one in Hutchins. I submit to you that the ping from their phone is because they went to the FedEx location in Hutchins. If that FedEx location wasn't there, trust me, they tell you it is there. That is what happened. Coincidence? What? There's no evidence that the body was even out there on October the 5th. Not one shred of evidence. Not one shred of evidence in regards to when the body is out there, other than the fact that they found it on the 24th. And I said it to you, I don't believe the body was out there because you have to remember the FBI agents say they went to the area that they felt like the phones had pinged. They went to the whatever landfill, the area with the cement and stuff. They went out there. You got FBI agents combing that area looking for any evidence regarding Marcella's missing body. Nothing. It's later when the whoever is putting the traps out, and that's how they end up finding the body. But when they initially go out there, again, there's no evidence that that body is out there. But they need that because they have to have cooperation. They have to have cooperation. They don't have it. The blood does not corroborate the fact that Marcella was stabbed. I'll submit to you is just as consistent that that blood came from her teeth being knocked out. The phone pings does not corroborate that this offense took place the way Charles Beltran told you. It's not corroboration, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. So all you really got is an accomplice witness putting it all on Lisa Dykes. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because again, I wish you could have heard his interview with Ramirez and Ortiz. You know, all the lie after lie after lie he told about, again, not knowing what happened to Marcella's. I dropped her off. I thought she took an Uber, lie after lie. And it was only after, hey, they're going to say, you're the monster. And let me also touch base on, look, I didn't say nothing negative about her dress.
You did.
Some kid's dress.
You did an opening statement.
What I did say, and what I do want you to know, is they filed this case initially as capital murder because no one believed that Marcella would be with someone like Chuck. He knew that. That's why he said, well, why did you call the police? Because I didn't think anyone would believe somebody like me. What do you mean somebody like you? Somebody with a record like mine. Somebody with a history of violence. Somebody like me. That's why I didn't want to get in trouble. Because I knew if they knew what happened, that I was with her, and whoever hurt her, I was going to get in trouble. So when the detective started feeding him this jealousy stuff, he ran with it. When the detectives were telling him, the attorneys are going to put it on you. The attorneys are going to put it on you. This is your only time to save yourself. So tell us. Tell us. And that's when he starts filling in the false allegations about Lisa and about Nina that I submit to you lead to false and wrongful convictions. Yeah, wrongful convictions, because that's exactly what would have happened if a jury heard these allegations that he made about Nina assisting in the stabbing. Nina's assisting in the stabbing, and they went back and found her guilty. Because finally, he says it's not true. She didn't assist. She didn't assist. And there's nothing to corroborate that she did anyway. They're both in that room, just like she told you. They're both in that room asleep. And we wanted to talk to you a little bit about the dog. Just because even though Charles had brought numerous women, numerous guys over to that house, in that room, in that studio, having sex, doing whatever they're doing, smoking dope, making music, doing exactly what you saw on that Picture Me This video. And the reason I wanted to show you that video is because that's who Chuck Beltran really is. 50-50, half amazing, half crazy. Unfortunately for Marisela, and I agree, she didn't deserve to meet the half crazy Chuck, but that's exactly what I believe the evidence shows. As far as the dog, again, had this happened the way they're alleging it happened, don't you think that dog would have ran in that room? Don't you think there have been blood paw prints everywhere? But there weren't, because it didn't happen the way Chuck told you it happened. All this stuff about them running, all this stuff about them evading, they didn't have to talk to the police. They didn't have to talk to the police, ladies and gentlemen. They told you they felt persecuted, you know? They felt like they were being blamed. They couldn't get a fair trial. That's why they left, that they were afraid of Charles and his people. When he said Santa Marcia's always watching.
Oh, God.
Santa Marcia's always watching. They were afraid. Afraid not to cooperate with Charles. They don't know. She could have easily got up there and said Chuck did. But she has no idea what happened to Marisela. She told you that. She's never met Marisela. And no physical evidence corroborates that she did. Nothing. Not one shred of evidence. Even the evidence that they got the arrest warrants on. You know, trying to lead judges to believe that they had her DNA. That was a lie. Nina's DNA, Chuck's DNA, with Marisela's DNA. All those are lies. The cement in the alley, lie. The hair sample, lies. Lies. A botched investigation. Marisela does deserve better than what Detective Ramirez did in this case. They deserve to have the right person found guilty. And it is more likely that Charles Beltran had something to do with her demise. And now he's covering it up, trying to blame everything on Lisa Dykes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, when you go through this jury charge, this is the law. You know, don't make the same mistakes that Detective Ramirez made, speculating, trying to force a square peg into a round hole or whatever puzzle talk we want to talk about. The evidence in this case does not corroborate Charles Beltran's, this last version that he gave. The evidence doesn't corroborate any version that he gave. Version after version to Dex, version to Fred, version to all the girls that he came in contact with, lie after lie after lie. Nothing corroborates it. He's a liar. He can't be trusted. I'm going to ask that you not further suborn this perjury is all it was, in my opinion. But my opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what evidence came from that witness stand. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence does not corroborate Charles Beltran's version of the horrific murder that he's trying to tell you about. It just doesn't. Blood spatter is real. It's real. But it wasn't in that room. So there was no stabbing. There was no stabbing. Charles knows that. You should know that from the physical evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to submit to you that you should find Ms. Dykes not guilty, not just because that's what the law dictates that you do, but because this was a sloppy investigation, ladies and gentlemen. You remember the phone records that specifically showed that after he leaves Mesquite, remember, they get to Mesquite because they're looking at his phone. But after he leaves Mesquite, he goes to Carmen's apartment. Where's Carmen? Why don't they ever talk to Carmen? Why didn't they check her apartment? Oh, well, her phone went off here about 8 o'clock in Mesquite, so we didn't go to. There's a million things he could have done with the phone. They're out all night. The phone could have went dead. A million things that could have happened in regards to why she can't use her accounts, why she can't use her phone. She's with Chuck 50-50, the monster. Why didn't they check that apartment? Was there evidence there at Carmen's apartment? We don't know. Why did Carmen disappear? Why did she disappear? Ladies, again, we're going to ask that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty because that's what we believe the law and the evidence dictates that you do. But more importantly, because she is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
He did good on behalf of his client.
30 minutes, Ms. Pittman.
Now it's the rebuttal is the last. She needs to. She has 30 minutes left. I guess the first guy, I think, 15.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you all were in Fort Dyer, we discussed that your verdict had to be based on the evidence that you saw and that was presented to you in this case. You also heard that the defense did not have to bring a case at all, didn't have to bring any witnesses at all, but they also could if they chose to. You've heard that you can make reasonable inferences, again, solely based on the evidence. But what you can't do is what you just heard Mr. Harris do. Mr. Harris spent his entire time speculating, making up things that could have happened, maybe could have happened, based nothing on the 404 exhibits that the state brought you and the 12 exhibits that the defense brought you. Nothing that he said was corroborated by anything, the exhibits or the 32 witnesses that we brought you and the 4 witnesses that he brought you. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ms. Dykes took the stand, and when you assess witness credibility, the first thing you need to do is see, is their testimony making sense? Is it backed up by anybody else's testimony? And in this case, she swore on direct and swore on cross over and over and over again that she had no romantic or sexual relationship with Charles Beltran. Yet in her phone, that she is on talking to someone when she gets arrested in March of 2021, March 26th, his name is Lover. She chose that name for him. Yet she sat up there and lied to you. No, he was just a business investment.
Mm-hmm.
If she can't give you the truth about that one thing that everybody knows that here, she's not going to give you the truth about anything. Anything at all.
Good point.
Let's read this conversation. She reaches out to Lover, Charles Beltran, and says, "Hey, love, we good?" Takes some time before he responds, and so she says, "Guess not." She wants to know, has he said anything yet? She knows he's the one that knows what she did to Marisela Botello in that room.
Let's go, baby.
He's the one that knows, and she kept him close for months. That was her choice. She is not the victim here. She is not the victim here. Marisela is the victim. We good? Guess not. Finally, he responds and says, "Yeah." "You?" She says, "Yep, I'm still hanging on. Attorney's seeing the wife today." He says, "Okay." She sat up there and told you she didn't have a choice about Charles Beltran, but yet her next message is, "I really wish we were together." It's hard to watch your own back. And tells him you can't trust anybody either. He says, "I know, love." And then he does what Chuck does and asks for money. He needs to change vehicles. That Jeep that she said was hers, but that he has and drove to Dallas and to New Orleans before he went to Utah, that's in his possession, not hers. He needs a new car. She says, "Yes, as soon as I see the attorney." I had to pay him up front, big gamble, but there doesn't seem to be any issue as long as she signs off. Use your reasonable inference. That right there is evidence, and you can use a reasonable inference as to who she's talking about. She's talking about Nina. Nina's arrested and sitting in jail in Miami while she ran to Orlando. She said, "I called the jail myself." What'd they say? They got warrants for capital murder on all three of us. Now, Lisa Dykes has sworn to you she didn't know what happened to Marisela Botello or where she was or anything else. Look at that message right there. She said she thought she was out and about on a bender, going to prostitution motels and things like that. Supposedly, they found her. She's talking about Marisela because they found her body just 2 days before. She knows the gig is up. She knows the gig is up. And she's got to get the heck out of Orlando. She's not worried about Nina. She's worried about getting her money. Says, but the attorney says they're building a case. They don't have evidence. They are guessing. I'm hoping she kept her shit together. She wants you to think that she cares about Nina, that she thinks Nina's on suicide watch, and so she's hoping she keeps her shit together in that way. No, she hopes that Nina keeps it together and doesn't talk. That's what the evidence shows. I need to get out of the state real quick. She's not trying to turn herself in. She's trying to run again. Ask Chuck, how much money do you need? How much can you send? I need to make moves. She says, I have no idea how much there is until I get her shit, Nina's shit. She wants you to believe that she wasn't using Nina for money. She's trying to get her shit. She's not talking about trying to get Nina out of jail. She's not talking about trying to help Nina, about caring about Nina, about being worried about Nina. She's talking about getting her shit so she can get out of this state. I'm trying to go to our fave spot that I wanted to live for a minute. You think you could get to me there? This woman that testified to you that she was so terrified she felt like she didn't have a choice is asking Chuck, asking this man that she's obsessed with, if he can get there to her. Or do I need to come get you? Says, I thought you got paid today. I did. This guy was $2,000 to get the money off of Nina. Who's she worried about? She's worried about herself. She's worried about Chuck. She's not worried about Nina, but she's worried about getting that money. He just called me. What did he say? Question mark? Mom, she's arrested. The gig is up. Lisa Dykes sat up there and told you that Chuck was just a business investment. She told you that she had lived with family, and Jimmy, her brother, said, yeah, I mean, she was there for us. That's what family does. We get each other's back. We do that. She helped me, and everything was going really well in Mesquite with all of them when all of a sudden, just weeks before, she tells Chelsea and Aaron and Jimmy that they've got to move out. Just weeks before, she met Charles Beltran. She tells Kat De Leon, I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. Not I want them to spread their wings and fly. Not that I want them to take care of themselves. I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. And what you see is the evolution of Lisa Dykes right there from when prior to when she met Charles Beltran all the way through to the bottom. Full tattoos, new haircut, platinum hair, makeup. The last hair appointment she had with Kat, she changes her appearance again, bright pink. She still has the scars from her facelift that Nina paid for. Nose rings. This is the willing evolution of a woman that was obsessed with a young, much younger man that was in the rap scene and in the bar scene, and this is what she thought he wanted her to look like. So that's what she did. That's what she did. But let's talk a little bit about the Lisa Dykes or Lisa Beltran that you met here in court. She was quiet. She was soft-spoken. Her attorney even said, pull that microphone up so we can hear you. Had that little country accent. All of those things. This woman has 37 years of experience in the courtroom.
Country accent.
She knows the legal system. She's a negotiator. She's strong. She knows what she's doing. She's successful. She's raised these kids on her own. This is not a soft-spoken, weak woman. This is the woman that when she was confronted in Cambodia in a foreign country by 4 Cambodian officers dressed in SWAT gear and 4 Cambodian officers dressed in uniform, and 1 FBI agent looked that woman straight in the eye and said, what jurisdiction do you have here? That's the Lisa Dykes that killed Marisela Botello. Not the one that came here to court today. Because see, she can change who she is for the circumstance. She wants to control the circumstances. When we talk about motive, it's not like she was so jealous of each of these women that he brought home that she wanted to kill them all. It was all about control. She had told Chuck no more. She had told him no more. and yet he continued to not listen to her. And let's talk about the time frame that we are talking about. We're talking about in October when she had just spent all this money on Chuck for a rap concert on October 3rd. I'm sorry, on October 4th or October 3rd in Arkansas. The van, the spot, the hotel rooms, the booze. She's walking around in the club. She's getting around just fine. She's done that all for him. All for him. And how does he repay her? Does exactly what she told him not to do. This last slide, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kat De Leon talk about her hair was always platinum. Always platinum, maybe some streaks of blonde, something bright. This is what she chose to do for her appearance when she was in Florida. Make no mistake about it, she is trying to hide. She is trying to change her appearance, and she's not trying to be found by the FBI, by the Dallas Police Department, by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, by anybody. Now, again, Ms. Dykes, this chart shows the nexus between all the witnesses that were called in this case and the people talked about in this case and how they were related to each other. Ms. Dykes got the benefit of hearing every single person in here talk. And what did she say? Of course, she starts with Charles Beltran's a liar. We'll get to his testimony in just a minute. But the Charles Beltran's a liar. Her brother's a liar. Her co-worker, Olivia Martinez, is a liar. Kat De Leon, her hairdresser of years, she's a liar. Jamie Scarpa, that she's met one time, that woman's a liar. Chuck's girlfriends are all liars. Freddie Chapman, when he says that she's driving, he's a liar. And so is Dax Stevens. The only person you don't see marked with liars, the only person that didn't show up, and that's Kyle Williams and his girlfriend, Valerie Simmons. You heard the call about why he didn't show up, because she told him not to. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, Ms. Dykes talked about her medical records yesterday proving what I don't know. She had a hard time with this thigh surgery? Sure. If you read through this, what you'll find is that you have a non-compliant patient, a person who wants to be in control, is not listening to the doctors and causing her own problems. But more specifically, when you look at the appointment date on 9/22/2020, that's September 22nd, 2020, it talks about how on that day she's discussing with the individual that is looking at her. The notes indicate that Miss Dykes tells her on that weekend, I have a trip to Los Angeles planned. That weekend is not October 3rd. We're talking about September 22nd, 2020. That weekend is September 26th, 2020. She had a trip to Los Angeles planned with Nina that weekend. But what she told you is that, oh, no, we didn't actually plan on going to Arkansas. That was because we had to cancel our trip for October 3rd that we were going to take to Los Angeles because the doctor told me I had to. And you can read through these notes yourself, but that particular appointment, the medical professional tells her, look, you don't need to go this weekend on your trip. And Miss Dykes was insistent that she was going to go. What you're going to find from those medical records as well is that on October 2nd of 2020, not October 3rd of 2020, as Ms. Dykes said, but October 2nd, she had a follow-up appointment, and the doctor's notes indicate everything seems fine, and they didn't schedule another follow-up appointment until December. If she was in that kind of pain, as she had described to you all, don't you think they would be seeing her on a regular basis? But at that point, everything is starting to come back together. Everything is starting to be fine, so much so that she can go to Arkansas, drive 4 hours in a car, walk around a club and party with a bunch of younger men at a rap concert, at a rap show. In October 2020, Lisa wants you to think that all of these are coincidences. That she renewed her lease, which shows that she intended to be there for a full year, although she testified that, hey, we were already planning on going to Florida. Her lease documents show otherwise. She's planning on being in Texas for a while. That on October 5th, she calls in for an unknown reason. That's the day that Marisela is supposed to return. That's the day that she goes missing, and she calls into work, unexplained. Her call records show her down in Wilmer. Coincidence that the very next day, her wife, Nina, is desperately searching passport offices, how to get a passport fast, how to change your name on a passport fast. The very next day. Lisa's hair in her last appointment goes pink, and there's continued passport Google searches. The very first news article that comes out about Marisela is a WFFA news article on October 11th. Nina urgently wants to sell her Pennsylvania home the very next day. Calls Jamie Scarpa and says, I need to list it today. Not in a week, not let's sit down and talk about it, today. That's just a coincidence. Lisa gets a phone call from the FBI. She tells all her coworkers, oh, it's fraud, it's fraud. It wasn't a real person. But tells that FBI agent that she could see on the Ring camera was legit, and tells him, you know, I haven't seen him in some time. I don't know where he is. I don't know his number. I don't know how to get in hold of him. The very first time she's contacted by law enforcement, she lies. And then the very next day, she quits. Unexplained, just out of the blue, according to her coworker. Is that just a coincidence too? These are all just in October. October 31st, that first search warrant in the Kensington house looked like they had moved quickly. It was abandoned, property left there. But the blood had been cleaned up. Mm-hmm. That blood had been cleaned up for sure. And that's her house. Make no mistake about it. She knows what goes on in her house. She's in control of what goes on in her house. When we're discussing the phone records that put her in Wilmer, this shows earlier that day that they are all in the same area at that Kensington home. And if you'll recall Mark Sedgwick talking about the time, the green arc, that timing advanced record, that is a different record that you get from Marisela's phone because it's a different provider, and that's almost real time. And you see right there in the middle, she's at that house. That yellow square indicates the Kensington, 3113 Kensington house. She's there. She's there with Chuck. Then you see the next day, you heard Chuck's testimony. He left out of there, and he didn't go back that day. And his phone records support that. He tells you he went to get an oil change, that he hung out at Carmen's apartment in the parking lot, that he never saw her. Then he went down and got an oil change. And then he goes on and hangs out in the Deep Ellum area later that night. And you heard corroborating testimony about all of that. But here's the interesting slide. That red square right there, that is the location where Marisela Botello's remains were found. And if you recall Mark Sedgwick's testimony, that the azimuth is kind of the direct line where you see that V. The azimuth is that kind of direct line, and that indicates the direction in which those cell phones are pinging from. So they're within that little angle right there. And these are all the pings of Lisa's phone during that time period. They start at 6:36, then you have one at 6:43, 6:50 for Nina's phone, 7:02, 7:07, 7:16, 7:22, 7:38. And each and every one of those, that azimuth is pointing towards the location where Marisela Botello's body was found. She wants you to think she was at a FedEx place in Hutchins.
Tell him, baby.
There's Hutchins right there.
Tell him.
That's Hutchins.
What time in the morning?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 other towers that if they were really in Hutchins, at that FedEx distribution location, those cell phones would have been pinging off of there. But no, they are within that area of where Marisela Botello's body was found. 2 turns, 2 miles from where she used to live. A left on Beltline, a left on Posto. Just off the road where you can park and pull a body just a short distance off the road behind brush. She didn't think anybody was going to find her before the animals had gotten to her, before her body decomposed completely. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I'm going to ask you to do with that is don't give her the benefit of her tampering with the corpse because she chose to dump that body out there where she knew nobody was going to look, and it was decomposed so they couldn't do a full autopsy on her. Don't give her that benefit and speculate that just because of that, there's no way to tell from the autopsy exactly how she died. You know how she died because Chuck told you how she died. And his story makes sense.
Chug that water.
When it comes to Charles Beltran, we brought you his testimony, but we didn't bring you his testimony uncorroborated. We didn't just throw him up there and say, tell your story, and just leave it at that. There are 404 pieces of evidence that back up his story. Not only that, you have 32 witnesses that the state calls to corroborate bits and pieces of his story. There's not one person that can corroborate everything, but each person can corroborate something.
Thanks, Kim.
And so let's start with that. Let's start with Raul Ortiz said that she left there and left his place at approximately 1 a.m. or so, 12:30, 1 a.m. because he got sick. And she took a lift down to Deep Ellum. That's corroborated by the fact that the surveillance video shows her walking around by herself. And then she meets Chuck. And you see that surveillance video of her and Chuck meeting, and you can tell she wants to go with him. Was it a smart choice? Of course not. Was it a choice that a young 23-year-old that is trusting of human nature and trusting of people would make in that scenario? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a tragedy that she didn't know who she was going to be having to deal with later. Chuck did what he always did. You heard from Dax, you heard from Freddie, and they're like, man, this guy, 5 minutes, and he is talking to a woman and he's taking her home. And he doesn't have to force himself on anyone. He doesn't. And guess what? If she didn't want to have sex with him, it's fine. He's got plenty of other women that do. But this girl was cool, and they were hanging out, and they were having a good time. Just like he always does. Just like normal. You heard from Kat De Leon about Chuck and Lisa's relationship, and also you heard that Lisa was livid when she learned that Nina had slept with Chuck without her. Make no mistake about it, Lisa wants to control this relationship between her and Chuck. That is her prize, that is her possession, that is her boy toy. She's the one that pays for everything. She's the one that invests in his rap career. She's the one that brought this man in, and she wants to have control over that. Yes, the three of them were together. Yes, the three of them had sexual relationships together. Yes, she and Chuck had sexual relationships together. But when Nina did it with him, that was not okay. She was livid. And you know that to be true because two people that have never met, that didn't know each other, said that Lisa said the same thing. Olivia Martinez said that when she found out about Chuck and Lisa, she was livid. She said, quotation marks, I'm going to make Nina my bitch. I'm going to make her do anything I say. I take a body to Wilmer after you killed an innocent girl because you want to control the situation? Lisa is the one that got Nina involved in this. As far as what we talked about, what the defense talked about, Chuck's fear is real. He's a young black man, covered in tattoos. That's his choice. Two-time felon, that's his choice. He pled guilty to those offenses. He served his time and he was out. But when he looked at it, when he ran from that situation, as his girlfriend Jasmine said he always would, as he always did, which is in his nature, which Dax Stevens says that's how Chuck deals with conflict. He doesn't fight, he runs. And Freddie said that's how Chuck is. He doesn't fight. He's a lover, he's a player, but he's not a fighter. He runs. He ran from that situation, and the further that he ran from it, the bigger it got. He told you, he testified on that witness stand, look, I look like the bad guy. I look like who they would be looking for. But I'm not him. I didn't murder this girl. And he had no reason, no motive whatsoever to do anything to Marisela Botello. Defense makes a pretty big issue about the fact that her forefront teeth were missing, and you heard Dr. Casper talk about that the way that those teeth were missing, that they were fully out. They were completely gone, as if they were extracted from her mouth. Not a punch in the mouth with broken teeth.
Wow.
Those are inconsistent. When you get punched in the mouth, your teeth break and you bleed. They don't just fall out of your head.
Did you want to check this in the statement of the evidence in this case?
Overall, the jury will recall the testimony as they heard it.
They don't just fall out of your head. You are allowed to use your common sense. You don't have to check that in when you are looking at the evidence and listening to the arguments and weighing things against each other. If anything like that happened to Marisela, her teeth would be broken, not completely missing. you understand that there was a lot of animal activity out there. There's a lot of reasons why those teeth might be missing. Her skull might not have been right where it was laying, where it sat when they found it, but it was definitely in that vicinity. Unfortunately, because it was March when they found her body, they couldn't find everything to give you a full picture. Chuck's story makes sense because the DNA evidence corroborates that. This is Chuck's room. You see the two windows right there? You see the blue purplish spot right there where the carpet is. That is where he testified that after Lisa stabbed Marisela, he woke up in his deep sleep. He'd been drinking. He'd been smoking a little bit of weed. He wasn't sure it was real at first.
You have 2 minutes, Counsel.
Thank you. And his reaction was to shove her off the bed, and Marisela came tumbling down onto the floor with Lisa, and then he jumped over and he pushed them apart. That stain from the carpet pad piece is exactly where Marisela's blood was found. Her DNA was found. So the physical evidence corroborates what he says. The phone evidence corroborates what he says happened after that. The records of Pennsylvania, Mexico, Miami, all of those things corroborate Chuck Beltran's testimony, and not one thing of any of this here and any of those witnesses back her up. And she won't even know that she has a relationship. Mr. Brown said Marisela deserved better than that. Of course she did. She's beautiful. She's full of life. She has dreams. She has hope. She has aspiration. She has to go to work on October 6th. And they want to speculate that she suddenly, within 24 hours of meeting Charles Beltran, became a tweaker, a prostitute, and a drug addict, and was wandering around in Dallas, a place that she doesn't even know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just not reasonable.
It's true.
Not reasonable at all. You know that she was killed on October 5th, 2020, because that's the only reasonable conclusion that the evidence supports. Marisela Botello deserves the 12 of you, the two alternates, to weigh the facts and the evidence in this case and to come to the verdict of guilty. But you know who deserves that more? Lisa Dykes. Lisa Dykes is guilty of murder and guilty of tampering with a corpse. And when your verdict of guilty is read out loud in the courtroom, you're not telling her anything that she doesn't already know. We're asking for a guilty verdict on both charges in this case. On behalf of the Dallas County community, the family of Marisela Botello, and our victim, Marisela Botello Valdez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. All right. I see and have noticed that some of you have been taking notes. You will leave those in your seat here in the courtroom. Those will be collected by the bailiff, given to me. They will not be read by anyone. The two alternates, you will be put in a separate jury room while 12 jurors begin their deliberation.
I'm going to run a poll in a second, too. See what you guys think.
For the 12 of you beginning your deliberations, it is almost lunchtime. It is up to you to decide if you want to break for lunch and how long. You can take 10 minutes, you can take 30 minutes, or an hour. You can go get your lunch and bring it back. All jurors must be present at all times during your deliberations. Whenever you do decide to go to lunch, or if you want to go get it and bring it back, please push the red button, turn on the light, and let the bailiff know.
I'm surprised they're gonna let him leave.
That, we can all take a lunch as well. All right.
I mean, it is
please
lunchtime for them,
leave
kind of.
all of your notes in your chair, and you will now retire to begin your deliberation.
All right, guys. All aboard! Hey, is this shit not working? Start. Oh. Okay, did it start? Or did I pause it? Start. Okay. Come on. Oh my god. Start. Piece of shit. Weird. It usually works. We add the timer back on. Don't want to work, huh? Doesn't want to work. Let me get a timer on my phone in the meantime. Amazing. Start the timer. Start. I don't know. Damn it. Stopwatch, I guess. Start. Okay. I'll figure this weird thing out in a bit. All right, so let's do a poll. I'm curious to know what you guys think. 2 minutes mark. Use your phone. So, okay, whatever time it is, I'll add 2 minutes. Okay. And let me put the poll in the chat. And the poll is going to be what you think the jury, what verdict the jury will reach for murder. We're going to leave the tampering. I feel like they are going to get it with tampering, but the bigger thing is let's just focus on the murder charge. And so, verdict, jury will decide. So the first option will be guilty. Second option, not guilty. And then I'll add another one for hung jury. Hung jury. Get that going. I wish I could fix this, whatever that's going on with this thing. Current timer not selected. Oh. I don't know. I guess it's glitched out or something. Maybe like uninstall the app and reinstall it. App manager. Bernice, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Let me make some modifications. App's not even in here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the app's not working. uninstall, reinstall. Let's see that. Install. Try it again. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we're gonna do a custom count up. We're at like 6 minutes now. Start timer duration. Minutes, 15 seconds, or whatever. We'll just start there. Save settings. Start. See, does it start now? No. Oh, going live. Oh my god. Oh, this is the count. It's the up counter. Open app settings. Verdict. Save settings. All right. So far, you guys are saying 76% say guilty, 8% say not guilty, and 16% say hung jury. Okay, this is not what I wanted going live in, but I guess I can hide it like that. See, it's a little inaccurate too. It's about a minute more, but we got a rough estimate. I'm gonna keep messing around with it. Yeah, there's been like a glitch with YouTube, and I don't know. Some people, I think it's Android devices. When you put a poll, you only see white. Some people it glitches out. But you get some of the super chats and the memberships. Jamie, thank you so much for the 10 earlier. Says, did the judge have Lisa write this ish? Skirmers, thank you for the super chat. Says, whatever happens, happens. Thank you all, especially Mel. Notre Dame, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you for resubscribing. Says, justice may not be served. Thanks for the coverage, Mel. Katrina, thank you for the membership. Just Peachy, thank you for the membership. Sandy, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Amazing. Thank you. And Bernice Rivas, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5. Let me put in a little text here too, so people know what's going on. Verdict watch. I really wonder how long this could take. Are we gonna get a verdict today? What do you guys think of the chat? Are we getting a verdict today? This app thing's annoying me. I know I shouldn't mess around with it, but I'll leave it alone. I don't want to mess around with it. This is Verdict Watch, guys. Verdict Watch. You think it'll be a few days? Walkabout Bridge? Damn, Lori says 5 p.m. Oh, love. Sure, Ginger Snap says I'll be back in an hour. What are we gonna do? Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for the Cash App, the 10. Let me I think it's on the other account. Do that. You think quick verdict? There you go. Carolyn, thank you so much. I don't know if there's a message. Oh, for your email, you rock. Thank you. Make me accept. Okay. There we go. Nah, I didn't watch the police chase with the motorcycle. I heard it was pretty wild. I was actually going to watch it on the second channel. I was supposed to do it yesterday, but I just got so caught up. Call-ins. Do you do them anymore? Sometimes. I thought about doing some call-ins. It's been a while since we did the call-ins. Oh, there's somebody like trolling in their chat over there. My Miracle Mama, thank you for the super chat, says prosecution ended really well. I was worried when they closed, but the text messages from Lisa to Loverboy, Chuck, and all her lies were exposed. Thank you for covering this, Mel. Thank you, Miracle Mama. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, I think they did a good job wrapping up. I don't think the first guy did really. I mean, I guess maybe he had very little time. I don't think he really did a spectacular job, and even when they ended off with Lisa, but I think that they closed off pretty well. I think the defense did good for Lisa too. AJ Vintage, thank you so much for the memberships. Appreciate the 5 memberships. Amazing. We got to do a members live as well. Fox 4 Dallas comments say today and not guilty. Not guilty. I'd like to think that we'll have a verdict today. Unless there's some really mixed feelings on that jury.
A wrongfully convicted man was released from prison after nearly 20 years.
Terrible injustice occurred when the state prosecuted Marvin Haynes.
Haynes was 16 years old in 2004 when he was convicted of killing a man in a flower shop in Minneapolis. The Great North Innocence Project took on his case and challenged the eyewitness testimony, claiming that Haynes did not fit the description of the suspect originally described. A judge agreed that the testimony was unreliable, and without it, there most likely wouldn't have been a conviction in this case.
And that's far too many birthdays, far too many Christmases for a man who was innocent But you know what? This year, on his birthday, his 36th birthday was just last week, you get to find out that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office had agreed to vacate his conviction.
Haynes says he's thankful for everyone who helped in getting him released, and he looks forward to making up for lost time.
I wonder if there's anybody that was actually guilty, found guilty, and then released and found not to be guilty, but was actually guilty. You think that's actually ever happened? Happy Life says, I'll be back as green come after Christmas. My medical stuff set me back this morning. Okay. All right. Happy. Come check back with us later. Who was the crazy you mentioned you wanted to cover earlier? The crazy guy? I don't know. I mentioned the crazy guy earlier. Oh, the guy from the trial. Yeah, I feel like my beard's getting too long. It's just itchy. The female DA saved the case. Oh, yeah, for sure. Young Thug. Young Thug. Thug in the house. I need to get by. Yeah, I need to get by. This trial's supposed to be starting soon.
You're not trying to give me a fair chance, effective counsel.
Well, who do you think I should give you as a lawyer?
I'll write the Bar Association and the ACLU.
From threatening a judge to calling another a racist to allegedly spitting on his former attorney, there is a lot to break down in the case of accused triple murderer Bryce Rhodes. And with his trial about to begin, we got you covered on what you need to know. Welcome to Sidebar.
This is crazy, this story.
We do here on Sidebar Analysis. It is the case of Bryce Rambo Rhodes.
Bryce.
Man accused of murdering 3 people. So what do we know about him? Well, reporting indicates that Rhodes was a local rapper. He was featured in rap videos with references to drug dealing and lyrics like, if Leap play with me, I'm going to leave his bleep missing. Rhodes, who back in 2016, that's the key year in question, was on probation, apparently had a history of domestic assaults. Wave3.com also reported that Rhodes is a convicted sex offender in Indiana for confinement of someone under the age of 18. But on May 4th, 2016, he's accused of jumping out of a car and shooting to death 40-year-old Christopher Jones on the street. According to then 15-year-old Anwan Carter, who was in the car when this happened, Rhodes mistakenly thought that there was a price on Jones's head, meaning that he thought Jones was a target of a contract killing.
I was wondering what happened to the back of this guy's head.
Authorities also say that there were 2 other witnesses to this shooting, 2 witnesses who were in the car when this happened. And they were brothers Larry Ordway, who was a 14-year-old honor roll student, and his brother, 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. These brothers had hung out with Rhodes. They reportedly looked up to him. Rhodes had bought things for them too. They were even in one of his music videos. But you fast forward then to May 22nd,
Openings
and
yesterday?
their bodies were found in a backyard of an abandoned house. They had been beaten, stabbed, and their bodies burned. Medical examiner determined that Maurice had been stabbed more than 12 times and Larry more than 20. Just horrific killings. But back to Mr. Carter, he allegedly told police about everything that went down. According to him, after an altercation at Rhodes' home with the brothers, Rhodes tied them up and stabbed them. And also Carter said he and another co-defendant, then 17-year-old Jacory Lamont Taylor, were forced to participate in the killings. So in other words, according to prosecutors, Rhodes murdered Maurice and Larry because they were witnesses to Jones's murder, and he was maybe afraid they would talk. Hey there, everybody. I want to talk to you right now about Palm.
Yeah, I guess the openings just started a couple days ago, or yesterday, this one.
And stuff, and he was asking everybody to spare him. According to Carter, Rhodes allegedly stuffed a rag into Maurice's mouth, put a ski mask on his head, and then stabbed him repeatedly. Then Larry was brought out. He had been put in a bathroom. He too was gagged and had his face covered. And then he was bludgeoned to death. After the boys were killed, Carter says they put them in crates, threw them in that backyard, and set fire to their corpses. He and Taylor then cleaned up the crime scene at the house. By the way, it didn't really help because police reportedly found blood in the home as well as in Rhodes's car. There's also allegedly an eyewitness who may have seen someone matching Rhodes's description at a dumpster that was set on fire. They were all arrested, all these people, as well as a fourth co-defendant, 19-year-old Kieran Coleman. But in the end, Coleman, Carter, and Taylor each pled guilty. Now, the reporting indicates that Carter was granted probation in 2019 with the condition that if he violates his probation, he's going to be sent to prison for 20 years. Turns out that's what he was accused of doing in 2021. Now, reportedly, he's in custody out in Florida after getting into some trouble, and he won't be released until 2024. Taylor and Coleman pled guilty to a series of charges and were each sentenced to 10 years in prison. And of course, we're going to see who would be called as prosecution witnesses against Rhodes at his trial. But for Rhodes, he's facing 3 counts of murder and faces the possibility of life in prison. Now, the reason the death penalty is not on the table is because the current judge overseeing the case found Rhodes is, quote, intellectually disabled and suffers from a serious mental illness. The judge saying, quote, the court cannot allow such a person to be subjected to the death penalty regardless of public clamor. We're going to get into that mental health in a little bit. But for Rhodes, he has pled not guilty. He says that he is innocent. He has said in court that officers framed him and engaged in misconduct.
I would like to state for the record the facts concerning the search of my home, 763 North Height Avenue, Apartment 2, Louisville, KY. I wish to do so on record because previously, on multiple occasions, the Commonwealth has went back and tried to cover up and clean up their corruption and misconduct involving evidence. I wish to do so they can't go back and change anything. The prosecution is known for falsifying and altering documents about evidence. On May 24, 2016, an informant suspect, Anwan Carter, was detained and questioned. So he told detectives that allegedly a double homicide took place at my home, 763 North Height Avenue, Apartment 2, Louisville, KY. So detectives called for a search warrant and searched my home at 21:18 hours into 22:11 hours. Okay, so during this search was 5 homicide officers and 1 CSU officer. They searched for hours. They applied Blue Star chemical solution all throughout the house. They looked and looked and they found no such evidence of any type of crime. In fact, officers stated how clean the apartment was. They also stated that the carpet had clean solution on it, and yet nothing was still found when they applied Blue Star chemical reaction. So they clear the scene and they leave for 1 hour and 20 minutes. They leave for 1 hour and 20 minutes. They come back and they research the home at 23:56 until 02:14 hours. Now all of a sudden they claim to find blood on the carpet. So the same carpet they just searched the first time that was clean, and now it allegedly has blood on it. See, to sum everything up, detectives were told numerous lies and fabrications by the informant, and they were led on a wild goose chase by someone who made up a story who just thought just so they can get out of jail.
Now, we can't talk about the Bryce Rhodes case without talking about what has been happening in court. Let's start with when Rhodes was represented by attorney Brendan McLeod.
And I must have not listened because I was reading something, but I remember when I first watched this, he said something like the police even remarked how clean it was. I was like, yeah, bro, because the blood was cleaned up.
So McLeod had to recuse himself when he learned that Larry and Maurice were actually the grandchildren of his close friend. That's a conflict of interest, right? Well, according to McLeod, when he told Rhodes the news that he no longer would represent him, Rhodes didn't take it too well. No, he allegedly spit on McLeod. Well, then later on in court, McLeod, when he made the move to officially remove himself from the case, he suggested to the judge that he be kept away from Rhodes, saying otherwise, we're going to scrap. McLeod even had a verbal exchange with Rhodes in court.
Nice cheap shot.
You a coward.
Nice cheap
You a
shot.
coward. I'm a
Cheap shot.
Yeah, McLeod says, nice cheap shot. Rhodes says, you're a coward, and I'll see you when I get out. By the way,
Oh, it gets even worse, too. Watch what it does
before he left court,
for the judge.
he also asked the judge something.
Hey, Judge, what's going on?
Hey, judge, what's my bond? At the time, it was reportedly $2 million. Now it's at $1 million. But focusing on Rhodes and judges for a second, though, we saw so much more. And even before I get into this next court appearance, I got to give you a little bit more context. So, aside from the alleged spitting incident with his former attorney, Rhodes also allegedly spit on an inmate and then also allegedly beat up an inmate. And according to an arrest warrant, threatened to, quote, kill him like he did the others. This inmate reportedly suffered injuries to his forehead and neck. So with all that going on, during another hearing, court deputies wheeled Rhodes in, strapping his wrists and ankles to a chair and fitting him with a spit mask. And once again, he wasn't too happy.
Mr. Rhodes, you can just bring him up right here.
Why y'all have me come out like this for?
I think you know why.
What?
You know exactly why. Now, listen, stop talking. You have been...
Said FUB.
You have been... Are you done?
No, I ain't done.
You've been charged with assault in the 4th degree. I'm going to keep talking because I don't want to have to see you back here for this.
What you think the motherfucker can't find out where you live at? What you think at? Bitch, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I ain't do shit.
So you're saying you're going to find out where I live
I
at?
don't give a fuck about none of that. You got family, I'll be out.
Okay.
Yeah,
You've been charged with
okay.
assault in the 4th degree, minor injury, terroristic threatening in the 3rd degree, and harassment with physical contact. These are new charges. I'm entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. Would you like me to read the arrest warrant to you?
No, I'm not guilty.
I am setting a bond of
Drekel has his ass.
$15,000 full cash on that on those charges. Do you have any questions? Would you like appointment of a public defender?
Not guilty.
I just said that.
Not guilty.
I just said that.
I'll be out.
Okay, I just said that.
Alright.
And
Take
would
me
you
back
like
to
an
my
attorney?
cell. Take me back to my cell.
I'm not taking you anywhere. They can take you back, but would you like an attorney?
Alright.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office.
Go. Really? I'll be out.
Ms. Schroering, that was a threat against the court. I think that I'm asking the county attorney's office to take that into account and consider what to do with that.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what he said? What he said to Judge Amber Wolf was, quote, what? You don't think that we can't find out where you live at? I don't give a bleep. You got family, I'll be out. Yeah. Well, that got him hit with additional charges of terroristic threatening and intimidating a participant in the legal process.
Yeah, so this dude's wild. Looks like they're chilling over there, but then their audio's muted. So yeah, that guy's name is Bryce Rhodes. He has a music video too, or I guess a couple of music videos. I don't think I can play it. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know if there's copyright on it, but I forgot what the name of his thing was. And he came out with a freestyle 5 years ago.
Bryce. Hello. You are receiving a call from Bryce. An inmate at Jefferson County Metro Government HOJ. Your cell phone location may be collected and possibly used for investigative purposes. If you would like to continue this call of up to 10 minutes by accepting a charge to your mobile telephone bill of $9.99, please press 1.
Just gonna play like a little bit.
The charge for $9.99 will appear on your mobile telephone bill as text collect. Additional taxes and surcharges may apply. You must be at least 18 years old to use this service. Standard messaging and airtime rates apply. Unused minutes cannot be refunded or used for rollover minutes. Terms can be found at t.com. Your cell phone location may station only appears on your bill. 7. You are $9.99. Telecommunication services provided by Delaware.
touch the countries. One hoe from Paris, other hoe from Russia. Cozy locked down, what call I can touch you. Dishing on the book, pussy boy, use a buster. All my damage custom, rats won't be busted. In and out, I'm a cell work. 36 ounces in my cell, that's a jail work. Money over bitches, what I tell jerks. I be pulling with a shark swim. In a foreign green like shark skin. Like Keisha, man, she dark skin. Fish tail, watch the car spin. Fuck easy, man, I think I won't Kim. And North can be my stepchild. I'm incarcerated, so all of that situation.
Okay. So he has through a jail call, he has one of those songs. I know he had a video with his victims in it too. That I guess they were in the rap song. Bryce Rhodes told he will be shocked by a device and removed.
A man accused of killing 3 people could be shocked by a device
Yes.
if he disrupts his own
I'm
murder
down.
trial.
Shock his ass.
That's what a judge told Bryce Rhodes today in a hearing ahead of his trial. It's set to start on Monday. Rhodes is accused of shooting and killing 40-year-old Christopher Jones in May 2016. Later that month, he was charged with fire. Rhodes has a history of outbursts and disrupting court. Judge Julie Kalin says if that happens during the trial, Rhodes can stay in court with a shackle capable of shocking him or leave.
If you decide that you want to try out the cuff and you're still disruptive, then it'll just be you're going back.
Shock, yeah.
But we'll do that every day if we have to. But again, I don't have any reason to think there's going to be a problem. He's been fine since we've been in this court.
I wonder what happened to the back of his head. It was like dragged behind a vehicle or something. Somebody said, shocked. This might be a violation of rights. Why do they not do it like Darrell Brooks thing and kick him out into a separate plastic safe space room? I'm down with the shock. Shock his ass. Shock device was on. Gangster. The judge going to lunch? Judge going to lunch. I don't even think I can play this. Lisa Dykes rap goals. Absolutely not. I was sent this on Instagram. I think by Love What You Do. I don't know if that's her name or that's her name. Oh no, Yo Journey. Yo Journey.
Talking shit like you don't know my ass, motherfucker. Thinking living a struggle is a flex. Capping. Talking about you living in the jet.
I don't want to play it all because I'm sure they've probably copyrighted that. This lady is actually the one rapping it. Grandma rapping. Oh, bro. Official hood video. Making it out the hood. Yeah, it's copyrighted. I'll just play like a second.
Nah, for real. Like you Dolomite, motherfucker. Thinking living a struggle is a flex.
Lisa Dykes, man.
All these people.
Lisa Lulu, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm here late, but blow the prosecution. But big blow to the prosecution. Oh, which part? BB says, don't forget, in this country, innocent until proven guilty. Well, that's what the people are just predicting what the verdict is going to be. That's why there's a whole trial process and all that. But I personally think she's guilty. Lisa. Man, gangster grandma, yo. Making it out the hood. Flexing.
Where I came from.
Flex. Yeah. Oh, the cross. Yeah. Well, so today, what the prosecution did initially when Lisa was on the stand, yeah, that was weakest-ish. Then when the defense came on, I think the defense did a good job for Lisa. Like, they actually did a good job. And then the prosecution, after the prosecution rebuttal, They did good. Yeah, it's the court of public opinion. Everybody's gonna have a guess and a theory and all that. You know, I saw somebody made a comment the other day talking about that. I forgot where, somewhere on YouTube, but she was just like surprised that, because like she was saying that there's so many people in this, you know, I don't know, quote unquote, true crime community, and a lot of these very same people, when they get called to do jury duty, they're trying to slip and slide their way out. Why not be a part of the process that you claim to love? And I think everybody should do it. I did it one time. And I thought it was a really interesting experience. I was on there for a month. I've talked about this before. I really didn't expect that I was going to be picked. But while I was sitting there, I heard people make all kinds of excuses, and I didn't expect to be picked, but I was picked, and it was a really interesting trial. But towards the end, I was already like tired. Like it lasted a month. Like 3 weeks in, I was like kind of like over the shit. I was like, oh my god. BB, thanks for the super chat. Everyone cracks me up in this chat. I said, oh, that brought guilty. I was just talking about the crazy dude. Oh, okay. That crazy dude. I mean, I think it seems like an open and shut case, but I don't know. Oh, the countdown. Shit. Where is the countdown? Oh no, that doesn't look right. That can't be right. Wait, hold on. Oh, let me delete that one. That can't be right. Apps. Second one. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's the right timer. 34 minutes. Oh, it's because I picked the road. This screen already has it saved. I have too many screens. This one, I feel, honestly, with the verdict, I feel, and again, I'd say I'm biased for sure. Right? So it's hard for me to like, and maybe some of you guys are too. Just as far as like, because, you know, I put out all these background deep dive stories, so that I think that changes people's opinion and stuff, you know, perception of things. The jury hasn't seen that stuff. So I don't know what, you know, the jury, what they're thinking, if they feel it's enough with what was presented during the prosecution. I think it's definitely enough. That comment was made here in your chat. Opening statements, Russell, was sort of interesting. Really? I think it's enough to prove. I mean, obviously they're all three there. And I think the prosecution made a really good point towards the end where they were like, they were trying to kind of paint her as like some type of prostitute or something like that. The thing is, a lot of the time with these runaway cases, I've covered some runaway stories, but that's kind of what happens. Some girl runs away with some guy or gets strung out or something. I've seen stories like that, and then they turn up. And they were even trying to say that she was alive after October 5th, and they brought on this witness that was a security guard. Yeah, I saw her. Yeah, I saw her. You know, they brought him on and stuff to try to, which is their job, to try to create as much, I guess, reasonable doubt, right? To put as much possibility or whatever in their heads for these people to be like, you know what? I can't do it. I know, right? They literally mentioned my cease and desist and they used my thumbnail. Yeah, I'm biased. And they sent me a cease and desist. I don't know, man. It could be a mixed jury on there. At the plug. Rapping grandma. Oh, she got another video too. Your fave granny. Damn, man, she go hard, yo. Imagine Chuck would have been with a woman like this. Jeez.
It's fiending, have them up on their feet. Fiending for the shit all night like a treat. Yeah.
Oh my God. Toy White. iCkEdMeL like doing his best imitation of security guard. Can you claim copyright? No. Copyright for no. I don't own that. Like, I don't know. Nah. That's way too. I got too much shit going on in my life to try to fight over some image that Chuck posted publicly. I don't think there's really any rights to it. I mean, and it was so funny because you know that they left it was Chuck, but then there was somebody next to Chuck in the thumbnail that I made, and you could see that they didn't crop out the other person. You could see a little bit of their shoulder. It was pretty funny. Flexing. Chuck really messed up, man. And if this woman, let's say Lisa is found not guilty, that's all on Chuck. That's on Chuck. And if she's found not guilty, I think Chuck should do more time. What happened with the thumbnail? Cease and desist. I'm going to drop a video later today. I have one that's ready to go, but I was hoping... I made an updated version. I was hoping for the updated version to get approved, but YouTube hasn't looked at it. Took them a long time to approve the other one. Last night's version took them to this morning. I'll show you the ending to this video.
These calls that you're getting. You didn't report any of that to the police, did you?
To be frank, ma'am, I don't trust police at this point in my life.
Picture me this, where the lyrics are dickety dick and lickety lick. No woman trying to save for retirement is going to continue to invest in that, correct? That's my question to you.
They may, if there's a potential for improvement.
Chuck's rap career had a chance of really taking off.
I don't know if they're even going to prove it because of Chuck's video in there. That might be the reason. Who knows? This girl's twerking and dancing at the end. These young ladies, these fine, young, respectable ladies. I'm about to have to head out to go pick up the baby. I am going to leave the stream up and running. All right. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm going to leave the stream running. And I'm hoping we get a verdict for today. And if we do get a verdict for today, that we get a sentencing today. Hopefully it's not like these other states that they wait like weeks later, months later to give a sentencing. Hopefully they'll do sentencing, and then hopefully maybe we can get some impact statements from the family if it's guilty. So if you're going to have the stream in the background, just make sure you have the volume up to come back with the verdict. I'm going to be listening to while I go. I hope they don't come with the verdict while I'm gone, though. No! But, yeah, I'll be back. You should reach out to the attorneys for a post-interview. That would be pretty dope. Grizzly does that with success. If the defense used your pick, they know you're ready. That would be interesting. I don't know if they'd be willing to come on or not, but I could try. It can't hurt after it's over. But I don't know, because they have the other trial too, right, with Nina. I don't know if they would come on and comment. Like, I don't know if that's something they would avoid because they still have another trial to do. All right, I'll be back. Oh, and make sure the thing is up. Just in case it's up. Okay. And you make sure nothing's running in the background. I could just start and then we get stuck. iCkEdMeL, no. grandma rap start playing in the background.
But it was definitely
Huh. All right, I'll be back. All right, I'm gonna go. I heard that the jury supposedly opted to not take lunch and go straight to deliberate, but that doesn't mean they won't take lunch later. But they went straight to it, so I don't know. Hopefully it's not like an all day thing. All right, be back. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Tell me right now, why'd you leave me high and dry? High and dry. Is this time right or no? It can't be right, right? Tell me why. Tell me why. Why'd you do the things you did, bitch? Tell me why. Oh, tell me why. Tell me why. You self-loathing bitch, I told you don't do it and you did it anyway. So I had to do what I needed to do. Pooped in your bed, under the sheets. Good luck, bitch, I'm out of here. Oh, no. I got an interesting story we can listen to a little bit. A little bit of an interesting story. Story. Give me 1 second. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be sitting here all day. I was almost kind of debating too if, like, when the verdict's in, if I should just create a stream, a separate stream. Maybe I should, right? We can still leave this stream up, but I can schedule a stream called Verdict in blah 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 and start a new stream and move everybody over. Or should I keep it all together? Did you ever notice the Santa Muerte statue on Chuck's gold chain in his video? Let's check it out. I don't know. We gotta talk about the thing on Lisa's back as well. 50-50 Chuck. Oh, that is a Santa Muerte thing. Yeah, he wore a Santa Muerte necklace. I feel like we could have helped out the defense. Defense needs some help. Maybe not that much help, but we could have. I think it's one a Santa Muerte thing. Jesus. Yeah, here it is. Lickety lick, lick, lickety flick, flick. This verdict watch time is not right, is it? You don't want to see the... Oh, is that what it is? Hold on. Oh, no. No, wait. No, that's it. I think it's wrong. I don't think that's the right time. It's been longer than an hour. And the other lie that Lisa told, talking about that, oh yeah, we changed our name to Beltran because it means like a raven, and so that's why it had nothing to do with Charles Beltran. Get it separate or go better with the cover. That's what I'm thinking, right? I think let me make we'll chill here, but for the people that have ventured off and started watching other videos, they'll be able to see the notification for when the verdict's in, right? Lisa. Good screenshots from today.
In Pennsylvania.
Come on. Alrighty. You need an hour for the minutes and seconds are right. So it's an hour and 59. I wonder if it's possible. Can we fix this? Let's see. Open app settings. It'll be an hour. Oh, shoot. What did it just say? An hour, 50 something minutes. I don't know why this thing is acting up so much this time. Properties, app settings, go to hours. So weird. 2 hours now. That is so like, ugh. Count up. Oh, I see what's wrong with this. This is so weird. Okay. The format. They must have updated something because it wasn't all this before. Okay. Oh shit. Oh. I keep changing it, it just won't update. Try this. Okay. It's gonna be off by a minute or two, but okay. Lord Almighty. What's going on? Ah! Nothing. Apparently nothing yet. All right, let me make a little thumbnail. Play this video.
Hey, listen, I've lost my wife. Okay. Melina and I have been struggling to sort out like everything going on for the past 2 or 3 years. It's difficult to figure out like where does she have to pay taxes to, where, like how do we account, blah blah blah. It's been a I have paid all the taxes owed as though Melina is taxed as a U.S. citizen, and I've manually paid. I just wired another 100,000 USD to the Swedish goddamn IRS like 2 or 3 months ago.
There is trouble in paradise for Destiny and his marriage. Destiny, I've talked about previously on this platform, specific to when he was on his Red Pill arc. He used to go on the Fresh and Fit podcast, and I thought he was a fantastic sparring partner for Myron, because Myron would have these really red pill or red pill adjacent thoughts, and Destiny, being on the complete opposite of red pill, actually he used to go in there with blue hair on, was, I thought, a fantastic sparring partner to push a lot of these ideas forward to inevitably benefit the men that was listening to this content. But for those who don't know, Destiny was in a marriage with a lovely young lady who wanted a green card. I mean, a lovely young lady who was obviously just looking for love.
I think they're getting ready to come back. Cameras are getting adjusted. Judges back. I don't know. So we'll see. Let me fix this real quick, though. I'm making a thumbnail. And because we can start a new stream if it happens. Fresh. Let me just move a little bit faster. I was about to share the story about this YouTuber that I watched, that he was like in this open marriage, and the girl would go sleep with girls or guys, and the guy would go sleep with girls and guys, and I guess she got her green card status over here, and now the chick is hooking up with some toxic guy, apparently, allegedly, that she's gotten close with, and Destiny doesn't like it and all this stuff, but I don't know. There's people in their open marriage stuff, I guess. Oh, I got another idea. Might have a little bit of time. Thumbnail done. So let me get ready to create the stream. Oh yeah, it might be back. All right. So there's no sound. There's no sound right now. No sound. Come on, Timmy. No sound. Tell me that you. I feel like they must have a verdict, I guess, because since they pan the cameras back and 2 hours. That's Murdoch time. What y'all think gonna happen? I'll wait before creating the stream until we're sure. Oh, on X4, verdict in. Oh yeah, verdict has been reached. Okay, so let me create the new stream. Oh, what are you guys thinking, man? Y'all nervous? Y'all scared? You scared? Don't come to church. They said the verdict's in. We'll hear from the jury soon. Oh boy. So I'm creating a new stream so we can start fresh over there. I will be teleporting you guys. Lisa's back. So I'm going to teleport. Oh, wait, what happened? It's not showing. Quick. Hurry on up, baby. All right. I'm moving everybody over. Okay, I'll see you guys on the other side in a second. The verdict is reached. 2 hours. Okay. If you don't get transported, here's the link in the chat. Hit the link.